All right, everyone, please be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Good morning. I want to follow up on something I mentioned to you last night. It does now appear fairly certain that we will end the presentation of the evidence in the next couple of days. So if you would bear with us and remain vigilant as you have throughout the course of this trial. I do want to confirm again that there were no issues regarding access to any media coverage or anything like that. Any issues? All right. Well, thank you very much, and we'll go ahead and get started. Mr. McConnell, you may proceed.
Chris Choplak. He's in the witness room.
Good morning, sir. Please raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please have a seat.
Would you state your name, please?
Chris Choplak,
Would you spell your last name, please?
CZAPLAK,
Where do you live?
San Diego, California.
Did you travel here from San Diego to testify in this case?
I did.
When did you get here?
Yesterday evening,
Where do you live in California?
San Diego.
In your current employment?
I have my own law firm,
What's the name of that?
Homefront Group.
And what kind of cases does your firm handle?
We focus primarily on VA disability claims and appeals.
Are you yourself an attorney?
I am.
When and where did you get your law degree?
I graduated from American University's Washington College of Law in 2009.
Have you served in the United States Navy?
I have.
For how long?
20 years.
And what was your position in the Navy?
I originally started out as a submarine officer, spent 6 years in that community. An opportunity to go to law school on active duty came up, attended American University, and spent the rest of my career as a Judge Advocate General, well, in the Judge Advocate General's Corps.
Where did you attend college?
The United States Naval Academy,
How long did you go to the Naval Academy?
4 years.
And from the Naval Academy, where did you go in the Navy?
After graduating from the academy, I went through the Navy's nuclear training pipeline, started off in Charleston, South Carolina, went to Saratoga Springs, New York, and then Groton, Connecticut, before reporting to my first submarine in Pearl Harbor.
Do you know the defendant in this case, Nicholas Kassotis?
I do.
Do you see him in the courtroom?
I do. He's sitting at the defendant's table.
How do you know him?
I met Nick in 2009 when I reported to Norfolk, Virginia for my first assignment as a JAG.
And what was his position in the Navy?
He was also a JAG. He was assigned as a defense counsel in Norfolk. We were at the Navy Legal Service Office. I started off very briefly doing legal assistance and then moved over to working defense with a number of JAGs, Nick included.
What was your relationship to him?
We were colleagues. We were friends. We got along very well when we met in Norfolk. I don't recall trying a case with him in Norfolk, but we collaborated often. We discussed our own cases, discussed strategy, discussed approaches to witness and evidence.
Did you have occasion to go to Italy?
I did. After my tour in Norfolk, I took what's called a hot fill billet, short notice emergency opening for the Senior Defense Counsel. So I was in charge of the defense attorneys that covered Europe, Africa, and the Middle East. And my home base was Naples, Italy.
Did you have occasion to practice law involving the defendant while you were in Italy?
I did. So Nick, around that time, also transferred to Italy. He was stationed in Sigonella, Sicily. He was on the government side, so he prosecuted cases in that area. He also worked with advising the base commander.
Roughly from when to when were you in Italy?
2011 to 2013.
And was the defendant in Italy during that same time period?
We overlap for most of that, yes.
I'm showing you now what's been previously admitted, State's Exhibit number 2.32.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recognize the person that's shown in this photograph?
I do. That's Mindy Kassotis.
Now, how did you know her?
I met her around 2016. I had learned that Nick had remarried, and Mindy was his new wife. We met in DC in 2016, and then had the occasion to interact at least one more time after that. I believe we had dinner in Norfolk. I was able to have dinner with them when they were visiting. At
some point, did your and the defendant's career paths diverge?
Yes. Actually, we had a couple conversations, Nick and I, about what he wanted to do. He had debated whether to leave active duty or not. This is a typical conversation that everybody on active duty has at some point. We debated the pros and cons. He decided he wanted to follow a path that required him to get off active duty. So he left the Navy after spending some time in DC. I continued on active duty. My payback for going to law school was significant, so I wasn't going to be eligible to even resign before I had 15 years in. And at that point, I might as well do the other 5 and get to 20.
At some point, did you lose contact with him?
Yes. So the last time I saw Nicholas and Mindy was in Norfolk sometime between 2016 and 2018. I left Norfolk in 2018 for San Diego, and I had stayed in touch. My wife and I had stayed in touch with both of them, and my first indication that that we had lost contact was when a Christmas card was returned that the address was invalid.
That would have been on or about what year?
Probably 2018, 2019 timeframe. It was after I was in San Diego.
At some point after that, did he reconnect?
Yeah, it was sometime later, but I hadn't heard from him in years. And then around July of 2022, he reached out to me with a new email address. When the Christmas card had bounced back, I emailed him and I tried to call him, but the email address was no longer valid and the phone number was disconnected. So July 2022 was that was the first time I had heard from him, and it was from a new email. We exchanged some messages, found a time to set up a call. He provided me with a new phone number, and we had a call to catch up that month.
And during that conversation, was there any discussion by him about a name change?
Yes. He had, so one of the topics was why I hadn't heard from him in so long. And he explained that he and Mindy were changing their names, were getting new social security numbers, were getting new passports and driver's license. He explained the reason behind that was that he had learned that the family he thought that he was the biological child of, he wasn't. He explained that who he thought were his biological parents and brother had been filing false complaints to the two bars that he belonged to, Virginia and Massachusetts. He was getting alerts on his credit history that people were opening accounts in his name, and learned later that who he thought was his family was behind that. So to avoid all of that, he and Mindy had cut off all communication and started changing their identity.
Did he describe Mindy's condition?
He did. In July, in that July 2022 conversation, he said that Mindy was pregnant and that they knew that the gender was a girl. And I was very excited for him. That was another big topic of that phone call. It was, I was happy for him. I thought that was great.
Was there any conversation about him writing short stories?
Yes. He also, as we were catching up, he told me how he had started creative writing as a hobby, and that had turned into a pretty significant thing that he did. He wrote a number of short stories that he had published on the website Reddit, and one of them in particular had kind of garnered the interest of someone in Hollywood, and he might get that story optioned as a screenplay.
When was the next time you spoke with him?
So I didn't hear from him again until March of the next year, so 2023.
And tell the jury how that conversation went.
So he sent a connection request on LinkedIn, and I thought that was good news because I know that he had tried to keep a very low profile. And so I accepted it as soon as I saw it. I messaged him. He asked if I had time to catch up. We found a time on our schedules where we could do another phone call. And so sometime in early March, we connected again on the phone.
And what did he tell you during that phone conversation?
Early in the call, I asked him how Mindy was doing because I figured the baby must have been born at this point, and he mentioned that she had passed away. He explained that she had complications with the pregnancy, that she'd had high blood pressure, and there had been some issues with her heart, that she had been hospitalized at least once, but that sometime before she could give birth, she passed away.
At any time, did you ever discuss with him the nature of his employment?
Yes. In that first call in July, natural question was, what have you been up to, since you left the Navy? And he said he was involved in a startup that had something to do with cybersecurity, that they had some product or service that had access to the dark web to identify cybersecurity threats. And that he was filling like a general counsel role, sort of advising them on legal issues.
How did you learn about Mindy's death?
Well, the phone call where he said she died of natural causes was sort of the first time I heard that she died, but some weeks later, a mutual friend of ours forwarded me a news article about her disappearance, that her remains had been found, and that Nick was the primary suspect.
And based upon receiving that information, what did you do?
Well, so I felt that what he had told me in an earlier conversation was important information that the authorities should know. So I contacted the tip line that was in the news article. I spoke with an agent from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation and recounted the phone conversations I'd had with Nick, tried to be as accurate as possible and as factual as possible.
Thank you. That's all the questions.
Good morning.
When-
I am Doug Weinstein. I'm representing Nick Kassotis in this case. When Nick reached out to you in March of 2023
Mhm.
with a LinkedIn request, do you remember his LinkedIn profile?
I don't.
He reached out to you from a LinkedIn request under the name Nicholas Stark. Do you recall that?
Yes,
It was not Nick Kassotis, correct?
that's correct.
Okay, no further questions. Thank you.
Can the witness be excused? Right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Safe travels.
Thank you.
Angela Venn is our next witness.
Good morning, ma'am. Before you have a seat, please raise your right hand and face the clerk.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please be seated, ma'am.
Would you state your name, please?
My name is Angela Evans Wynn,
How do you spell your last name?
Wynn,
And where do you live?
in Smyrna, Tennessee, about 30 minutes outside of Nashville, Tennessee.
How long have you lived in Tennessee?
About 10 years now.
Are you married?
Yes,
How long have you been married?
10 years this November.
Do you have children?
Got 5.
What's their age range?
My youngest is 6, my oldest is 23.
What is your highest level of education?
I have a master's degree in human resources management. I'm currently working on my doctorate in higher education leadership.
How are you employed?
I work at the Tennessee State University.
And what is your position?
I'm the Director of Stewardship and Donor Relations.
I'm holding up what's marked as State's Exhibit number 2.32. Can you see this from where you're sitting?
Yes,
Do you recognize the person in this photograph?
yes,
Who is it?
it's Mindy Mevin Kassotis.
How did you know Mindy?
Mindy was my best friend, aunt to my children, and godmother to my daughter.
Do you recall when you first met?
We met on the first day of our new jobs as post-college graduates in 2006 at Gibson, Dunn and Crutcher.
What kind of company is that?
It's a law firm.
What was your job and what was her job?
We were both legal secretaries. She supported a partner and 2 associates. I supported an of counsel and 2 first-year associates.
Do you recall the last time you spoke with Mindy?
Yes, it was in October of 2022.
Was there anything unusual about that conversation?
No, we conversed the same as we had been for a few years through text messaging. She was excited to be getting over that hump of the situation that they had been in. She was looking forward to getting back to life, to coming to see me and the kids because she felt like she had missed so much.
How often would you speak with Mindy?
Every day that she could.
Did you discuss important issues in each of your lives?
Yes, we did.
Did you share confidences together?
Yes, we did.
Did you trust her?
Yes,
Did she trust you?
absolutely.
Do you recognize the defendant in the courtroom?
Yes.
How do you recognize him?
Nick Kassotis. My kids called him Uncle Nick.
When was the first time you met him?
It was shortly after him and Mindy had started dating. We had dinner with my husband. She was so excited. She really thought that she had found her partner.
When you had dinner with him, where was that?
This was in Virginia. I believe it was that time that we may have gone back to their house after we had the kids with us and we had a bonfire and they roasted marshmallows.
So it was their residence?
Yes,
Where about in
in
Virginia?
Alexandria.
Do you recall when Mindy got married?
Yes, I do.
Were you a participant of her wedding?
I was matron of honor.
Did Mindy describe to you the background of the defendant?
Yes, Nick is Navy JAG, I believe Boston University, JD, very well accomplished, great family. He was no longer in military service. He had moved to the private sector. Was working for a computer company, I believe Microsoft, on very top level confidential software.
Now, you mentioned that Mindy was excited because she felt like she was about to get over the hump.
Yes.
What does that mean?
I was advised by Mindy that her and Nick were part of some sort of security breach that they needed to go into hiding for their own protection.
Did she go into any detail?
Not until the end, when she told me that the reason they had been on the run was because apparently Nick's parents weren't his real parents. Something about him, being taken away as a child. He was the son of diplomats. It was a wild story.
Do you recall the last time you spoke with Mindy?
Yes.
Roughly when would that have been?
Second week in October of 2022,
And what did Mindy tell you during that conversation?
that she was ready to come home.
What about her physical condition?
She had told me that she was pregnant.
Did she know the sex?
No,
Did she know the due date?
no.
I'm showing you now what's marked as State's Exhibit number 2.51. You recognize that?
Yes,
What is it?
it's an Instagram message between myself and Nick Kassotis.
And is this a fair and accurate copy of the actual Instagram message that you received?
Yes, it is.
Well, I'll tender it this time State's Exhibit number 2.51.
I just need to look at it for a moment. No objection, Your Honor.
If you would read to the jury the text involved in that.
Nick says, "Are you available for me to call?" And I respond saying, "Yes, always available. Don't ever have to ask."
Then did you call?
Yes, he called me.
And you spoke with him?
I did speak.
You
with him.
recognized his voice?
I absolutely did.
Tell the jury how that conversation went.
He was crying. He said that Mindy was gone, that he didn't know what happened. He apologized, saying he wished he could have protected her more, and that he was so sorry for her not being here anymore. I asked him, "What about the baby?" He said, "Oh, we lost the baby." But he sounded really upset.
Was there any discussion about cremation?
No, there was no discussion. The first conversation that we had, he said he didn't know what was going on. He said that they would perform tests over the weekend and he would let me know as soon as he heard something. He called me that Monday to tell me that she had passed because of a massive stroke that he said was hereditary on her father's side.
What about funeral arrangements?
No funeral arrangements. I asked him every single time I talked to him if he needed help with any type of arrangements or if I needed to come down to be with him to help him with things.
Is that the last time you spoke with him?
Yes.
That's all the questions I have.
You can have a seat, ma'am. Mr. Weinstein may have some questions.
I forgot about that part.
Okay.
So ready to go.
No problem.
Good morning, Ms. Nguyen. I'm Doug Weinstein. I'm representing Mr. Kassotis. I'll be brief this morning. You testified that you and Mindy were best friends, correct?
Yes,
Y'all could talk truthfully to each other, correct?
yes,
When Mindy told you that they had security watching over them and they had to be in hiding, you believed her, correct?
yes,
You had no reason to not believe her.
no,
When Mindy told you she was pregnant, you believed her then as well.
I absolutely did.
Had Mindy lied to you before?
Nope, nothing I'm aware of.
When Nick called you, you said he was crying, correct?
Yes, he was.
Terribly upset.
He sounded so.
And he wished he could have protected her more.
That's what he said.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mhm.
You should be excused.
She can.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nguyen.
Now, the next witness will be testifying virtually.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, this time we're going to have some video testimony. It will be live, correct?
Yes.
It's by WebEx. And you will consider this testimony just like you would any other witness, as if the witness had appeared and testified personally. So we'll proceed with the WebEx testimony.
He's not in yet.
I told him it would be 10:30, so I'm sure he'll be on soon.
I think what I'll do is I'll let the jury just step out for a minute and we'll make sure that the witness is available. All right, the jury's out. Please be seated. Is the witness named Joe West?
Yeah.
Confirm we can hear you.
Mr. West, can you hear me? Can you say something? I don't hear you.
I think he's muted.
He's not muted.
He's not muted. Sir, can you say something so we can verify that we can hear you? He's. Mr. West, can you hear me?
Try now.
Sir, can you hear me? Mr. West?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, all right. All right, thank you, sir. We're going to
Can you
bring,
hear me now?
I can, and we're going to bring the jury in. So if you'll just hold momentarily.
Yeah, sorry for the disruption on my end.
No problem. Since I have the mic, I'll swear. Oh, okay. All right, everyone, please be seated. All right, Mr. McConnell, I understand we have a witness who will appear virtually by WebEx. If you would please call the witness.
State calls Joe West.
Mr. West, please raise your right hand and take the oath.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Would you state your name, please?
Sure, my name is Joseph G. West.
Where do you live?
I live in Fairfax Station, Virginia, a suburb of Washington, D.C.
Do you have health issues that make it difficult for you to travel?
Unfortunately, yes, I'm being treated by, I'm under watchful supervision of a cardiologist for what has been described as an aneurysm of my ascending aorta. So that's my current situation.
How are you employed?
I am a retired partner of the law firm of Gibson, Dunn and Crutcher. Retired meaning I retired from the equity partnership 7 years or so ago, but I continue to be employed by the firm ever since.
what was your position in the firm?
I was a partner, an equity partner in the firm and chairman of the firm's government contracts practice.
And are you an attorney?
Yes, I am an attorney. For 48 years, I've been practicing law.
Would you please describe for the jury the practice of Gibson and Dunn?
Well, Gibson Dunn is a major international law firm, and we've got over 2,000 lawyers, I believe, in 22 offices in 7 or 8 countries. I lose track of the numbers. But the firm does primarily work for major corporations across the board, corporate deals, tax, litigation of all sorts, counseling, and my government contracts practice is a small element of what the firm does.
How long have you been affiliated with Gibson and Dunn?
Since May of 2004, so a little over 21 years.
And as an attorney, have you received awards and distinctions while you were employed with Gibson and Dunn?
Yeah, I've been fortunate to have been recognized in a number of different ways. Maybe the one I'm proudest of is by an organization called Martindale Huddle, which is an organization that used to, until the digital age, put out books tracking, and then listing all the lawyers that were members of the bar in the various states. It's now all digital, and one of the things they've done for the past 34 years is do a peer rating of lawyers. And for every one of those 34 years, I've received the highest rating that they offer, called an AV preeminent. And the reason why I'm proud of that is it recognizes the highest level of professional excellence in legal knowledge, communication skills, and ethical standards. And it's done by peers, by your fellow attorneys and judges. So all the different things, in addition to various magazines and publications, rating me, things like that, which I could go into if you want more detail. But I might bore everybody if we do that. But that's the one I'm proudest of, externally in life.
Mr. West, do you know Mindy Mebane?
Yes, I do. I knew Mindy. She worked for me for a number of years as my legal assistant in the Gibson Dunn, Washington, D.C. office.
Roughly when did she work with your practice?
If I remember correctly, it was from about 2007 or 8 to about 2016. I'm a little hazy on the start date because at that time, a new administrative assistant would come into the firm and be part of basically a floater pool until they eventually got assigned to an attorney's desk. So I'm not sure when Mindy got to the firm, but I believe she started working for me around 2008, 7 or 8. And I know she was there for sure 2009, but I believe it was 2 years earlier than that.
Did you get to know her well?
As well as one normally does, yeah, their assistants. Maybe I got to know her a little better than most because she and I were on, she liked to talk politics and other issues, and we got into a lot of debates about politics because we were maybe on different ends of the political spectrum. It was, I remember a lot of interesting discussions with her. Plus, she was always looking for, new opportunities and knowledge about things, and she was working on her master's degree, and we would talk about that sort of thing. I got to know about her family, and she loved talking about her family, particularly her little brother, who was a baseball player, who's probably bigger than I am right now. We had a really good relationship over the time she was there, and I was sorry to see her go, but I knew she was going on to bigger things when she left.
Did Mindy get married while she was working with your firm?
I don't think so. I think she got, again, I'm hazy on this, but I think she got married after she left. That's the best of my recollection.
Do you recall the name of the person she married?
Yes, Nicholas Kassotis.
Did you ever have an opportunity to meet her husband?
I believe I met Nick at least one time in the office when Mindy brought him by the office. This is after again, I think this is after she had left and was working in a different position downtown. But it could have been while she was still working for me. I honestly don't remember, but I believe I met Nick one time in the office.
All right. I want him to see State's Exhibit number 2.42.
Is there a manner to not publish, Your Honor, to the jury while I present it on the screen, or how?
I'm not sure.
So you don't want to publish to the jury?
If we could simply turn off the presentation mode, that would turn him off as well, correct?
If I take it out, take it out of WebEx mode, he won't be able to see anything.
Can we maybe just show it to counsel and see if he has an objection? I don't want to publish before it's tendered to counsel.
I can no objection.
Then is it okay with you if I put it in?
Yes, you can.
So I'm tendering at this time State's Exhibit number 2.42.
It is submitted without objection.
Now can he see it?
It should be up on the screen.
Do you see, Mr. West, Exhibit 2.42?
I see a tiny little exhibit in
Yeah.
the corner. I think I know what it is, and I think I have a hard copy of it in my hand. If you can tell me what it is, I'll confirm that because I can't read what's there. I don't want to mess with my screen and see if I can blow it up.
Describe what you think I'm talking about.
It was a copy of an email. Hold on a second. Well, I've got two things here that maybe I'm trying to stretch my view of what's there on the screen. I know I provided a copy of an email that I had received in December of 2022. That's not it. The only other thing it might be is a copy of the subpoena for trial.
No,
Because it looks like it could be that as well.
it's an email dated December 19th, 2022 from Nicholas Kassotis to you.
Okay, yeah, I've got that in front of me here, a hard copy in my office.
And do you recall what that email said?
Sure. The email basically said that I can read it. It said, "Hi, Joe. I'm sorry to reach out multiple times at work for personal matters. Is it possible to speak in the near future? And thank you, Nick Kassotis." And he left a phone number.
Did you later call that number?
Yes, I did.
And describe the conversation that took place.
I believe I called the same day I got this email, which is on or about December 19th. It says on here it was a Monday. I called and Nick told me that he said, "Bad news. I need to tell you Mindy passed away." He advised me that she had gone into the hospital for, I don't remember what reason. My recollection is that he said she went in on Saturday and overnight the Sunday became septic and died of a very bad infection.
Was there any discussion about a funeral?
No, there was no discussion about a funeral, but there was a discussion about a memorial service. He had mentioned that he was hoping to get back to DC sometime after the new year and have a memorial service, and he wanted to be sure to invite me to it.
Were you subsequently invited to any memorial service?
No, I was not, and that was the last communication I believe I had, I'm not sure I had with Mr. Kassotis about Mindy.
After receiving this email, what did you do with it?
I filed it, and it's automatically archived in our firm archives, for a period of time anyway. And, quite frankly, more or less forgot about it for a couple of months anyway. I think that's all I can remember that I did with it.
Did you forward it to anyone?
I did at one point. At some point, about 6 months later, I was contacted by a member of the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, and who wanted to interview me, and I subsequently forwarded that email, I believe at that point, to a member of the Georgia Bureau of Investigation named Tracy Sands.
Thank you. That's all the questions that I have.
No questions, John. All right,
And you be excused.
yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. West. There's no cross-examination. Have a good day. Thank you very much.
You're quite welcome. Take care.
All right. I believe that's it. Is that correct? If I could see counsel for just a moment at the bench. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, our next witnesses will not be here until after lunch. I know it's a little early. We'll give you a longer than normal lunch break. So it's about 11 o'clock now, and we'll ask you to return at 1 o'clock. So you're excused until 1 o'clock this afternoon. Thank you. All right, the jury's out. We're in recess until 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Had a WebEx witness. Counsel and the state had discussed this in advance of that witness being called virtually, and it's my understanding that counsel had consented and there was no objection to him not being here in person. I just wanted to make sure the record was clear on that.
Is that correct, Ms. Warren?
That's accurate, Your Honor.
All right, thank you very much.
That was all. Thank you, sir.
I wasn't there. What you're saying?
Sir, I don't know what location that shows.
Were you asked to analyze any items in connection with this case?
I was.
What items were you asked to analyze?
So I had some segments of bones, a deer processing kit, and a knife.
Can you tell the jury what a suspect tool is?
So a suspect tool is a tool that was taken off of whoever the suspect is or from their property. They have that tool that's connected to a person, and they usually, the reason it's being submitted is to see if we can determine if it was the tool that was used.
Okay. Would that also involve tools at crime scenes?
They would.
Okay. And specifically, the knife in your possession there, was that a suspect tool?
It was.
And with respect to this knife, did you note any individual characteristics?
With this knife, I never looked for individual characteristics on this knife because I didn't do a comparison of this knife to anything at an individual characteristic level.
Okay, why not?
So I was able to determine that this knife was not used on the other 4 bones based on a disagreement of class characteristics. Looking at this bone, I was not able to eliminate or even compare to the knife. The problem being that area that you were just indicating. I can't tell because there are so many false starts here. I can't exclude this tool. I obviously cannot say that it is the tool or it is this exact type of tool. I just can't exclude it.
That knife that you're holding right now, that suspect knife, you determined that that knife could not have been used on the right femur, correct?
Correct. So I determined this knife was not used to create those cuts on either the right or the left femur.
All right, that was a wrap up of yesterday. Let's go into the courtroom now. The attorneys are there with the judge. The jury is not in the courtroom. They're just hashing out some preliminary matters. Before the jury comes in, let's watch.
So then we have to decide what to do, to try to fill the gap with Agent Sands or take an early lunch.
Okay.
So if I could just, my understanding is that either way, we will be able to finish the state's case. My hope is by this afternoon. That would mean then that we are now a lot of time ahead of schedule was my hope. So that said, we also kind of cut through a lot of Agent Sands' audio already. So now it's just the questioning. So I really would rather just do Agent Sands after lunch, if that's okay.
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
What's the situation with the defense?
At this time, Your Honor, we need to make a decision as to whether or not my client is going to testify.
Yes, sir.
We're going to wait on that decision until obviously after the state finishes up and I do my motions for direct verdict. So if he does decide to testify, then I would, depending on where we end today, but I would expect it to be later in the day. I would ask that we start with his testimony in the morning, since we are, I guess, a little ahead of schedule.
All right, and you did mention some other witnesses who may be traveling from out of state.
Right. And at this point, we're not going to be calling those witnesses, Your Honor. So to the extent that we put on a case, it would be my client.
Okay.
Okay. Let me also ask you if I can, or I can wait until, I don't know how you normally do the directed verdicts in here. So I assume after the state's case in chief is complete.
Just send the jury out.
Just send the jury out.
And
Okay.
make your motion.
Okay. I won't raise it then until after you excuse the jury.
Okay.
And I just was going to say, counsel and I discussed some of this before the court joined us. So I don't have an objection to his client testifying to start the day tomorrow. If we
Yeah, I've got no problem with that. I mean, we've already scheduled it and we assumed that we would go that far. So I don't have a problem, even if we're finished by 3 or 4 this afternoon. I don't have a problem with ending the day allowing you to consult with your client and then make the announcement the next morning.
And I still need to provide the court with the jury
Yes,
charges.
sir.
And as I said yesterday, it's going to be this evening probably before I get those over.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you.
All right, and we'll bring the jury.
There is one.
Okay, everybody standing as they bring the jury in. Let's bring in David Gelman. He's a criminal defense attorney. He's in Cherry Hill, New Jersey. All right, well, little gamemanship there. You never know if the defense is really going to call the client or if they're just making the prosecution prepare. But I don't know. This guy seems like a person that wouldn't mind getting up and telling his strange tale. What are your thoughts?
Ted, I was thinking the same exact thing. You know, he really does seem like he wants to be the smartest person in the room. Remember, he has a law degree. And when you have a law degree, you think that you know everything about the law sometimes. And this kind of individual, he seems like he's one of those types of individuals. So I wouldn't be totally surprised if he wants to testify and he's going to, but I just don't think he should, obviously. And I'm sure his defense attorney is probably telling him, no, do not do it, do not do it. But hey, it's going to be up to him at the very end, at the defendant.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. Sometimes you also, when you're sitting at one side or the other, you think things are going much better than they are. I mean, the defense attorney talking about a directed verdict, like, dude, don't worry about the procedure. You're not getting it. But he might be thinking, to your point, he's got a law degree. So one of the first things he probably learned was don't take the stand. Yet that narcissism that is seeming to pour through could take over, and we'll see. So let's go back into the courtroom. The jury now in. The first witness of the day is an attorney and a former colleague of the defendant, Nick Kassotis.
Would you state your name, please?
Chris Chaplak,
Would you spell your last name, please?
CZAPLAK.
Where do you live?
San Diego, California.
Did you travel here from San Diego to testify in this case?
I did.
When did you get here?
Yesterday evening.
Where do you live in California?
San Diego.
And your current employment?
I have my own law firm.
What's the name of that?
Homefront Group.
And what kind of cases does your firm handle?
We focus primarily on VA disability claims and appeals.
Are you yourself an attorney?
I am.
When and where did you get your law degree?
I graduated from American University's Washington College of Law in 2009.
Have you served in the United States Navy?
I have.
For how long?
20 years.
And what was your position in the Navy?
I originally started out as a submarine officer, spent 6 years in that community. An opportunity to go to law school on active duty came up, attended American University, and spent the rest of my career as a Judge Advocate General, well, in the Judge Advocate General's Corps.
Where did you attend college?
The United States Naval Academy.
How long did you go to the Naval Academy?
4 years.
And from the Naval Academy, where did you go in the Navy?
After graduating from the academy, I went through the Navy's nuclear training pipeline, started off in Charleston, South Carolina, went to Saratoga Springs, New York, and then Groton, Connecticut before reporting to my first submarine in Pearl Harbor.
Do you know the defendant in this case, Nicholas Kassotis?
I do.
Do you see him in the courtroom?
I do. He's sitting at the defendant's table.
How do you know him?
I met Nick in 2009 when I reported to Norfolk, Virginia for my first assignment as a JAG.
And what was his position in the Navy?
He was also a JAG. He was assigned as a defense counsel in Norfolk. We were at the Navy Legal Service Office. I started off very briefly doing legal assistance and then moved over to working defense with a number of JAGs, Nick included.
What was your relationship to him?
We were colleagues, we were friends. We got along very well when we met in Norfolk. We I don't recall trying a case with him in Norfolk, but we collaborated often. We discussed our own cases, discussed strategy, discussed approaches to witness and evidence.
Did you have occasion to go to Italy?
I did. After my tour in Norfolk, I took what's called a hot fill billet, short notice emergency opening for the Senior Defense Counsel. So I was in charge of the defense attorneys that covered Europe, Africa, and the Middle East, and my home base was Naples, Italy.
Did you have occasion to practice law involving the defendant while you were in Italy?
I did. So Nick, around that time, also transferred to Italy. He was stationed in Sigonella, Sicily. He was on the government side, so he prosecuted cases in that area. He also worked with advising the base commander.
Roughly from when to when were you in Italy?
2011 to 2013.
And was the defendant in Italy during that same time period?
We overlapped for most of that, yes.
I'm showing you now what's been previously admitted, State's Exhibit number 2.32.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recognize the person that's shown in this photograph?
I do. That's Mindy Kassotis.
Now, how did you know her?
I met her around 2016. I had learned that Nick had remarried and Mindy was his new wife. We met in DC in 2016 and then had occasion to interact at least one more time after that. I believe we had dinner in Norfolk. I was able to have dinner with them when they were visiting.
At some point, did your and the defendant's career paths diverge?
Yes. We had a couple conversations, Nick and I, about what he wanted to do. He had debated whether to leave active duty or not. This is a typical conversation that everybody on active duty has at some point. We debated the pros and cons. He decided he wanted to follow a path that required him to get off active duty. So he left the Navy after spending some time in DC. I continued on active duty. My payback for going to law school was significant, so I wasn't going to be eligible to even resign before I had 15 years in. And at that point, I might as well do the other 5 and get to 20.
All right, not just a colleague, but a friend of the defendant. We'll get more information from him as his testimony continues. He's just getting started. We'll get a break here, but before we go to break, a quick programming note. You can now catch up on all of the latest in the dismembered wife murder trial with On the Record with Cody Thomas. Court TV's Cody Thomas will take you through all the biggest moments, shocking evidence, and key testimony from the case. You're all up to speed in Georgia. You can watch On the Record with Cody Thomas anytime. CourtTV.com, or find it under that's on the shows tab in the homepage, or you can go to our YouTube page. Check it out. We'll be back right after this.
A woman's remains found scattered throughout a 3-mile area.
Now, a former naval officer stands trial accused of killing his wife.
The dismembered wife murder trial. Live coverage today on Court TV.
There's some magic right there. Friday nights, the WNBA is on Ion. The Mystics battle the Heat. She was feeling it. Then, the Mercury hosts the Aces. Let's go, Aces. Coverage begins Friday night at 7. Find Ion wherever you watch. Ion, it's on.
Let's head back to Georgia, where we found out this morning we could be hearing from defendant Nick Kassotis as early as tomorrow morning. The defense told the judge that they're going to wait till the end of the prosecution's case and then make that decision. The former Navy veteran is accused of killing and dismembering his wife, Mindy, in order to start a new life. That's what the state says. He wanted to marry Samantha, who took the stand in this case. But the defense says that they got it all wrong. He didn't do it. It was a mystery man named Jim McIntyre. He's to blame. Although they've never admitted they're even sure that that's what this guy's name is. All right, let's go back into the courtroom where, I mean, let's face it, this whole trial, you're looking over at this Nick Kassotis and thinking, wow, he's out there. Well, right now, there's a guy on the stand. He's an attorney in San Diego. He used to be a former colleague of him, a JAG attorney in the Navy with Kassotis. And they were buddies. And this guy seems as normal as can be. And he was good friends with Nick Kassotis. He's just setting it up. Let's see what else he has to say.
At some point, did you lose contact with him?
Yes. The last time I saw Nicholas and Mindy was in Norfolk sometime between 2016 and 2018. I left Norfolk in 2018 for San Diego. And I had stayed in touch. My wife and I had stayed in touch with both of them. And my first indication that that we had lost contact was when a Christmas card was returned that the address was invalid.
That would have been on or about what year?
Probably 2018, 2019 timeframe. It was after I was in San Diego.
At some point after that, did he reconnect?
Yeah, it was sometime later, but I hadn't heard from him in years. And then around July of 2022, he reached out to me with a new email address. When the Christmas card had bounced back, I emailed him and I tried to call him, but the email address was no longer valid and the phone number was disconnected. So July 2022 was that was the first time I had heard from him, and it was from a new email. We exchanged some messages, found a time to set up a call. He provided me with a new phone number, and we had a call to catch up that month.
And during that conversation, was there any discussion by him about a name change?
Yes, he had, so one of the topics was why I hadn't heard from him in so long. And he explained that he and Mindy were changing their names, were getting new social security numbers, were getting new passports and driver's license. He explained the reason behind that was that he had learned that the family he thought that he was the biological child of, he wasn't. He explained that who he thought were his biological parents and brother had been filing false complaints to the two bars that he belonged to, Virginia and Massachusetts. He was getting alerts on his credit history that people were opening accounts in his name, and learned later that who he thought was his family was behind that. So to avoid all of that, he and Mindy had cut off all communication and started changing their identity.
Did he describe Mindy's condition?
He did. In July, in that July 2022 conversation, he said that Mindy was pregnant and that they knew that the gender was a girl. And I was very excited for him. That was another big topic of that phone call. It was, I was happy for him. I thought that was great.
Was there any conversation about him writing short stories?
Yes. He also, as we were catching up, he told me how he had started creative writing as a hobby, and that had turned into a pretty significant thing that he did. He wrote a number of short stories that he had published on the website Reddit, and one of them in particular had kind of garnered the interest of someone in Hollywood, and he might get that story optioned as a screenplay.
When was the next time you spoke with him?
So I didn't hear from him again until March of the next year, so 2023.
And tell the jury how that conversation went.
So he sent a connection request on LinkedIn, and I thought that was good news because I know that he had tried to keep a very low profile. And so I accepted it as soon as I saw it. I messaged him. He asked if I had time to catch up. We found a time on our schedules where we could do another phone call. And so sometime in early March, we connected again on the phone.
And what did he tell you during that phone conversation?
Early in the call, I asked him how Mindy was doing because I figured the baby must have been born at this point, and he mentioned that she had passed away. He explained that she had complications with the pregnancy, that she'd had high blood pressure, and there had been some issues with her heart, that she had been hospitalized at least once, but that sometime before she could give birth, she passed away.
At any time, did you ever discuss with him the nature of his employment?
Yes. In that first call in July, natural question was, what have you been up to, since you left the Navy? And he said he was involved in a startup that had something to do with cybersecurity, that they had some product or service that had access to the dark web to identify cybersecurity threats, and that he was filling like a general counsel role, sort of advising them on legal issues.
How did you learn about Mindy's death?
Well, the phone call where he said she died of natural causes was sort of the first time I heard that she died, but some weeks later, a mutual friend of ours forwarded me a news article about her disappearance, that her remains had been found, and that Nick was was the primary suspect.
And based upon receiving that information, what did you do?
Well, so I felt that what he had told me in an earlier conversation was important information that the authorities should know. So I contacted the tip line that was in the news article. I spoke with an agent from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, and recounted the phone conversations I'd had with Nick, tried to be as accurate as possible and as factual as possible.
Thank you. That's all the questions.
Okay, there you have it. The friend was floored, obviously, when he heard the news that Mindy was dead, and then he finds out that she had been murdered and contacts authorities. What a story. What happened here? David Gelman's still with us. It seems like this guy was doing great, fine, normal, and just listening to this lawyer on the stand, these two were, but not only just workmates, they're buddies. And wow, that on some levels, I guess it kind of helps the defendant. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I agree. I didn't really know where this was going to go, honestly, Ted. I don't even think that, frankly, this was a witness that, frankly, should have even been called. I don't know what he provided, honestly. It kind of corroborates, everything where, look, he was a JAG officer. They were friends. They were living in Italy at the same time for a while. Then he became an attorney privately. And the story that was provided by this witness, by the friend, it doesn't really do anything. So
I mean, it makes him look normal,
cross-examine-
right? It's like, you know, you would think that, oh gosh, this guy used to work with Nick. I bet he's going to get up and say he's as weird as can be. No, he's going out to dinner with his wife and him, and they, you know, he seemed genuinely upset when his Christmas card was returned in the mail. It kind of brings the defendant to life.
All right, I can see what you're saying. It humanizes him a little bit. However, it really turned where when he started talking about that him and Mindy were changing their names and everything. Like that's kind of a weird thing. And then, you know, going on and on, like how you lose contact and how you lose phone numbers and whatnot. It just. I don't know really what it was able to accomplish. Again, maybe it humanized them a little bit.
Well, yeah, the prosecution doesn't want to do that. Yeah, I agree with you.
No,
I don't think.
Yeah, obviously.
If I'm the state, I wouldn't have called him, because now, like, wait a minute, he is normal, and it was Jim McIntyre. You know, what if a juror's thinking that?
It's possible. Less is more, Ted. Less is more. We should know that by now.
Yeah, absolutely, and don't testify. But I don't think either one has been picked up in this case. Let's get a break. When we come back, the next witness on the stand. This is Mindy's best friend. We'll see what she has to say right after this. Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Ted Rollins. Good to be with you. We're heading back to Georgia now. It's day 6 of the dismembered wife murder trial. The remains of a woman, later identified to be Mindy Kassotis, were found by hunters in the woods of a local hunting club back in December of 2022. Mindy's husband, Nicholas Kassotis, was arrested months later, and now he's facing multiple charges, including malice murder. Let's go back into the courtroom now. New witness on the stand, Mindy's best friend, Angela Wynn.
Would you state your name, please?
My name is Angela Evans Wynn,
How do you spell your last name?
Wynn,
And where do you live?
in Smyrna, Tennessee, about 30 minutes outside of Nashville, Tennessee.
How long have you lived in Tennessee?
About 10 years now.
Are you married?
Yes,
How long have you been married?
10 years this November.
Do you have children?
Got 5.
What's their age range?
My youngest is 6, my oldest is 23.
What is your highest level of education?
I have a master's degree in human resources management. I'm currently working on my doctorate in higher education leadership.
How are you employed?
I work at the Tennessee State University.
And what is your position?
I'm the director of stewardship and donor relations.
I'm holding up what's marked as State's Exhibit number 2.32. Can you see this from where you're sitting?
Yes,
Do you recognize the person in this photograph?
yes,
Who is it?
it's Mindy Mevin Kassotis.
How did you know Mindy?
Mindy was my best friend, aunt to my children, and godmother to my daughter.
Do you recall when you first met?
We met on the first day of our new jobs as post-college graduates in 2006 at Gibson, Dunn & Crutcher.
What kind of company is that?
It's a law firm.
What was your job and what was her job?
We were both legal secretaries. She supported a partner and 2 associates. I supported an of counsel and 2 first-year associates.
Do you recall the last time you spoke with Mindy?
Yes, it was in October of 2022.
Was there anything unusual about that conversation?
No, we conversed the same as we had been for a few years through text messaging. She was excited to be getting over that hump of the situation that they had been in. She was looking forward to getting back to life, to coming to see me and the kids because she felt like she had missed so much.
How often would you speak with Mindy?
Every day that she could.
Did you discuss important issues in each of your lives?
Yes, we did.
Did you share confidences together?
Yes, we did.
Did you trust her?
Yes,
Did she trust you?
absolutely.
Do you recognize the defendant in the courtroom?
Yes.
How do you recognize him?
Nick Kassotis. My kids called him Uncle Nick.
When was the first time you met him?
It was shortly after him and Mindy had started dating. We had dinner with my husband. She was so excited. She really thought that she had found her partner.
When you had dinner with them, where was that?
This was in Virginia. I believe it was that time that we may have gone back to their house after we had the kids with us and we had a bonfire and they roasted marshmallows.
So it was their residence?
Yes,
Whereabout in
in
Virginia?
Alexandria.
Do you recall when Mindy got married?
Yes, I do.
Were you a participant of her wedding?
I was matron of honor.
Did Mindy describe to you the background of the defendant?
Yes, Nick is Navy JAG, believe Boston University, JD, very well accomplished, great family. He was no longer in military service. He had moved to the private sector. Was working for a computer company, I believe Microsoft, on very top level confidential software.
Now, you mentioned that Mindy was excited because she felt like she was about to get over the hump.
Yes.
What does that mean?
I was advised by Mindy that her and Nick were part of some sort of security breach that they needed to go into hiding for their own protection.
Did she go into any detail?
Not until the end, when she told me that the reason they had been they had been on the run was because apparently Nick's parents weren't his real parents. Something about him, being taken away as a child. He was the son of diplomats. It was a wild story.
Do you recall the last time you spoke with Mindy?
Yes.
Roughly when would that have been?
Second week in October of 2022.
And what did Mindy tell you during that conversation?
That she was ready to come home.
What about her physical condition?
She had told me that she was pregnant.
Did she know the sex?
Angela Wynn on the stand, Mindy's best friend. You just heard her talking about that. We'll see where this goes. Get a break here, get you back into the courtroom in Georgia right after this. Stay with us.
Matriarch of the Adelson family gets arrested.
Donna Adelson is facing charges of murder, the death of her former son-in-law, Dan Markel.
Prosecutors say a bitter child custody battle was the motive for the murder-for-hire plot. Now that Donna has turned into a defendant, what's next for the Adelson clan?
Now that the ship is really sinking fast, blood doesn't matter that much.
The Matriarch Mastermind Murder Trial. Live coverage begins next week, only on Court TV.
Welcome back to Court TV. Let's go back to Georgia. We're watching day 6 of the dismembered wife murder trial. The defendant here, Nicholas Kassotis, faces multiple charges, including malice murder in the death of his wife, Mindy Kassotis. The defense here, and the defendant, argues that the couple was actually on the run from a guy by the name of Jim McIntyre, and the state's case is circumstantial. Let's go back to the courtroom now. Key witness on the stand. This is Mindy, the victim's best friend. Her name is Angela Wynn.
Did she know the sex?
No.
Did she know the due date?
No.
I'm showing you now what's marked as State's Exhibit number 2.51. You recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
It's an Instagram message between myself and Nick Kassotis.
And is this a fair and accurate copy of the actual Instagram message that you received?
Yes, it is.
Well, I'll tender this time State's Exhibit number 2.51.
I just need to look at it for a moment. Just
No objection, Your Honor.
If you would read to the jury the text involved in that.
Nick says, "Are you available for me to call?" And I respond saying, "Yes, always available. Don't ever have to ask."
Then did you call?
Yes, he called me.
And you spoke with him?
I did speak.
You recognized his voice?
I absolutely did.
Tell the jury how that conversation went.
He was crying. He said that Mindy was gone. They apologized, saying he wished he could have protected her more, and that he was so sorry for her not being here anymore. I asked him, "What about the baby?" He said, "Oh, we lost the baby." But he sounded really upset.
Was there any discussion about cremation?
No, there was no discussion. The first conversation that we had, he said he didn't know what was going on. He said that they would perform tests over the weekend and he would let me know as soon as he heard something. He called me that Monday to tell me that she had passed because of a massive stroke that he said was hereditary on her father's side.
What about funeral arrangements?
No funeral arrangements. I asked him every single time I talked to him if he needed help with any type of arrangements or if I needed to come down to be with him to help him with things.
Is that the last time you spoke with him?
Yes.
That's all the questions I have.
You can have a seat, ma'am. Mr. Weinstein may have some questions.
I forgot about that part. I'm
Okay.
just so ready to go.
Good morning, Ms. Wynn. I'm Doug Weinstein. I'm representing Mr. Kassotis. I'll be brief this morning. You testified that you and Mindy were best friends, correct?
Yes.
Y'all could talk truthfully to each other, correct?
Yes.
When Mindy told you that they had security watching over them and they had to be in hiding, you believed her, correct?
Yes.
You had no reason to not believe her.
No.
When Mindy told you she was pregnant, you believed her then as well.
I absolutely did.
Had Mindy lied to you before?
Nope, nothing I'm aware of.
When Nick called you, you said he was crying, correct?
Yes, he was.
Terribly upset.
He sounded.
And he wished he could have protected her more.
That's what he said.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
You should be excused.
She can.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wynn.
Okay. The best friend getting up off the stand after a quick cross-examination. David Gilman, what stood out to you with her testimony?
Look, she seemed very credible. She answered every question. She didn't seem like she was grasping for straws or anything like that. Obviously, she was very emotional. I think it might have helped the state a little bit. But again, I'm going to go back to my previous question. Why? Why do you need her? She doesn't really provide anything, regarding the actual case itself. She didn't really give any answers about, why, was she afraid of Nick or anything? Was Mindy afraid of Nick or anything like that? So I don't really know the reasoning other than just to show that, look, Mindy was a very nice person. She had a very good friendship with this woman. But other than that, I don't think that really does anything. And it's just delaying, getting to the next chapter in this trial.
You notice the defendant there partaking in the strategy at defense table, helping out a little bit, which I thought we'd see more of, frankly. He hasn't, in the first few days, he was not very active. And then now he seems to be active as he gets closer to potentially taking the stand. The cross-examination, all he did was set up the fact that he was crying, right? That was real. Wished he could have protected her more, protected her from Jim McIntyre, obviously. If they leave it here, because there's a couple more witnesses left, and then it's time for the defense to make a decision tomorrow morning. If they leave it here, do they have enough to, with a straight face, argue in closings that Jim McIntyre's the real culprit?
I guess they could. I don't know really what else they're going to do. I would strongly suggest that Nick does not testify, but obviously that's not my decision. That's going to be Nick. But do they have enough? I mean, hey, you could throw everything at the wall and see if anything sticks. But I think they're going to be really grasping for straws on this one, Ted.
Here he is, Kassotis, talking to investigators. They're not buying anything he's selling, and he's saying, no, Jim McIntyre exists. Take a listen.
The 45 minutes that you spent there at one location with the tubs. That's right. Your DNA. Sir, I didn't touch it, not hurt my wife. Did you dispose of it? No, sir. You did? No, sir. And all evidence is showing that. Sir, and your elaborate 2 hours of story that you gave in Pennsylvania, you know how many items, you being an attorney, you should realize how many of those can be disproven. Sir, I have not lied to you at all. You've been living the web laws for a long time. Yes. Between your finances, between Jim McIntyre, all these people, the Microsoft stuff. I think Jim has lied to me for a long time. I do believe that. I don't believe Jim exists. Sir, Jim absolutely exists. I don't know if that's his real name, but he absolutely exists.
He absolutely exists, says the defendant about Jim McIntyre. I agree with you. If he gets up there, the jury has already been prepped that this guy is a pathological liar, and they're probably not going to buy anything, correct?
That's exactly right. And Ted, if you look at that video that we just saw, when I was a prosecutor, we took certain classes out of state showing tells of individuals, almost like, if you're looking at a poker thing. And look at his hands. Look at what he was doing with them. He's playing with his fingers. Now, that is a tell where it shows that it's almost an admission of guilt, if you will. Now, look, it could be that he was just a little nervous, but a lot of times that's almost an admission. So I want everybody to think about that one.
Good point. David, as always, thank you. Quick break, another witness next. Stay with us.
The Intibio pen is right for you.
Got focus and Intibio.
He offered, and keep in mind we had never met, and he offered like via messages, because we were talking on WhatsApp at that time. He offered to fix the flat. It was a big bill. I mean, what I would consider big. It was like, I think it was $600 and something. It was a lot, to the point that the clerk at the car shop, he said something like, "Is that your husband or is that your boyfriend?" He was so nice. And I said, "No." I said, "He's just an acquaintance."
Then they became married. Welcome back to Court TV, along with Julia Janae and Ted Rollins. Oh, this case, it is coming down.
And we're getting close to the end of the prosecution's case. So will Nicholas Kassotis
Well,
testify?
did you this morning? They set it up. Everybody does. You know, you want the prosecution to have to do homework, so they're going to decide tomorrow after the state finishes up their case today. So, I don't know. What do you think? I feel like he's a guy who wants to talk, but
I think he's someone who wants to talk. Most of our attorney defendants do end up testifying in their own defense. You have Alec Murdoch, you have Robert Tellis. They took the stand and maybe have some kind of confidence that they're going to be able to do well
Tellis,
with the jury.
that's a good comparison. They're both kind of maybe out there whack-wise. So that was, we just heard from Samantha. That was the third wife of Nick Kassotis. She testified that the romance that she went through was a whirlwind, and here she ends up with an accused killer within months of Kassotis' second wife, Mindy, being murdered. He and Samantha were married in Pennsylvania, and the jury heard all about Nicholas Stark and that whole other world that he had told his third wife about, which was all pretty much a lie.
Yeah, really a deadly double life. Prosecutors say that this was all part of an elaborate web of lies, including faking his own death, claiming that a mystery man named Jim McIntyre was controlling the movements of not only him, but his wife, the victim, Mindy. Let's get you back into court now. We're listening to a really important witness. This is Joseph West, a former colleague of Mindy's.
Sure, my name is Joseph G. West.
Where do you live?
I live in Fairfax Station, Virginia, a suburb of Washington, D.C.
Do you have health issues that make it difficult for you to travel?
Unfortunately, yes. I'm being treated by, I'm under watchful supervision of a cardiologist for what has been described as an aneurysm of my ascending aorta. So that's my current situation.
How are you employed?
I am a retired partner of the law firm of Gibson, Dunn & Crutcher. Retired meaning I retired from the equity partnership 7 years or so ago, but I continue to be employed by the firm ever since.
What was your position in the firm?
I was a partner, equity partner in the firm, and chairman of the firm's government contracts practice.
And are you an attorney?
Yes, I am an attorney. For 48 years, I've been practicing law.
Would you please describe for the jury the practice of Gibson and Dunn?
Well, Gibson Dunn is a major international law firm, and we've got over 2,000 lawyers, I believe, in 22 offices in 7 or 8 countries. I lose track of the numbers. But the firm does primarily work for major corporations across the board, corporate deals, tax, litigation of all sorts, counseling. And my government contracts practice is a small element of what the firm does.
How long have you been affiliated with Gibson and Dunn?
Since May of 2004, so a little over 21 years.
And as an attorney, have you received awards and distinctions while you were employed with Gibson and Dunn?
Yeah, I've been fortunate to have been recognized in a number of different ways. Maybe the most, the one I'm proudest of is by an organization called Martindale Hubble, which is an organization that used to, until the digital age, put out books tracking, and listing all the lawyers that were members of the bar in the various states. It's now all digital, and one of the things they've done for the past 34 years is do a peer rating of lawyers. And for every one of those 34 years, I've received the highest rating that they offer, called an AV Preeminent. And the reason why I'm proud of that is it recognizes the highest level of professional excellence in legal knowledge, communication skills, and ethical standards. And it's done by peers, by your fellow attorneys and judges. So all those different things, in addition to various magazines and publications, rating me, things like that, which I could go into if you want more detail. But I might bore everybody if we do that. But that's the one I'm proudest of, in terms of external life.
Mr. West, do you know Mindy Mebane?
Yes, I do. I knew Mindy. She worked for me for a number of years as a legal assistant, as my legal assistant in the Gibson Dunn, Washington, D.C. office.
Roughly when did she work with your practice?
If I remember correctly, it was from about 2007 or 8 to about 2016. I'm a little hazy on the start date because at that time, a new administrative assistant who come into the firm and be part of basically a floater pool until they eventually got assigned to an attorney's desk. So I'm not sure when Mindy got to the firm, but I believe she started working for me around 2008, 7 or 8. And I know she was there for sure 2009, but I believe it was 2 years earlier than that.
Did you get to know her well?
As well as one normally does, yeah. Their assistants. Maybe I got to know her a little better than most because she and I were on. She liked to talk politics and other issues, and we got into a lot of debates about politics because we were maybe on different ends of the political spectrum. It was, I remember a lot of interesting discussions with her. Plus, she was always looking for new opportunities and knowledge about things, and she was working on her master's degree, and we would talk about that sort of thing. I got to know about her family, and she loved talking about her family, particularly her little brother, who was a baseball player, who's probably bigger than I am right now. We had a really good relationship over the time she was there, and I was sorry to see her go, but I knew she was going on to bigger things when she left.
Did Mindy get married while she was working with your firm?
I don't think so. I think she got, I'm hazy on this, but I think she got married after she left. That's the best of my recollection.
Do you recall the name of the person she married?
Yes, Nicholas Kassotis.
Did you ever have an opportunity to meet her husband?
I believe I met Nick at least one time in the office when Mindy brought him by the office. This is after I think this is after she had left and was working in a different position downtown. But it could have been while she was still working for me. I honestly don't remember, but I believe I met Nick one time in the office.
All right. I want him to see State's Exhibit number 2.42.
Is there a manner to not publish, Your Honor, to the jury while I present it on the screen, or how?
I'm not sure.
So you don't want to publish to the jury?
If we could simply turn off the presentation mode, that would turn him off as well, correct?
If I take it out, take it out of WebEx mode, you won't be able to see anything.
Can we maybe just show it to counsel and see if he has an objection? I don't want to publish before it's tendered, counsel.
Thank you. I have no objection.
Then is it okay with you if I plug it in?
Yes, you can. So I'm tendering this time states exhibit number 2.42.
It is admitted without objection.
Now, can he see it?
It should be up on the screen.
Do you see, Mr. West, exhibit 2.42?
I see a tiny little exhibit in the corner. I think I know what it is, and I think I have a hard copy of it in my hand. If you can tell me what it is, I'll confirm that you know, and I can't read what's there. I don't want to mess with my screen and see if I can blow it up.
Describe what you think I'm talking about.
It was a copy of an email. Hold on a second. Well, I've got two things here that maybe I'm trying to stretch my view of what's there on the screen. I know I provided a copy of an email that I had received in December of 2022. That's not it. The only other thing it might be is a copy of the subpoena for trial.
No, it's
because it looks like it could be that as well.
It's an email dated December 19th, 2022 from Nicholas Kassotis to you.
Okay, yeah, I've got that in front of me here, a hard copy in my office.
And do you recall what that email said?
Sure. The email basically said that I can read it. It said, "Hi Joe, I'm sorry to reach out multiple times at work for personal matters. Is it possible to speak in the near future? And thank you, Nick Kassotis," and he left a phone number.
Did you later call that number?
Yes, I did.
And describe the conversation that took place.
I believe I called the same day I got this email, which is on or about December 19th. It says on here it was a Monday. I called and Nick told me that he said, "Bad news. I need to tell you Mindy passed away." He advised me that she had gone into the hospital for, I don't remember what reason. My recollection is that he said she went in on a Saturday and overnight the Sunday became septic and died of a very bad infection.
Was there any discussion about a funeral?
No, there was no discussion about a funeral, but there was a discussion about a memorial service. He had mentioned that he was hoping to get back to DC sometime after the new year and have a memorial service, and he wanted to be sure to invite me to it.
Were you subsequently invited to any memorial service?
No, I was not, and that was the last communication I believe I had. I'm not sure I had with Mr. Kassotis about Mindy.
After receiving this email, what did you do with it? I filed it, and it's automatically archived in our firm archives for a period of time anyway. And quite frankly, more or less forgot about it for a couple of months anyway. I think that's all I can remember that I did with it. Did you forward it to anyone?
I did at one point. At some point, about 6 months later, I was contacted by a member of the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, and who wanted to interview me, and I subsequently forwarded that email, I believe at that point, to a member of the Georgia Bureau of Investigation named Tracy Sands.
Thank you. That's all the questions that I have.
All right, that is the end of the direct examination with this witness. Let's bring in our guest for this hour. Joining us from Los Angeles, California, criminal defense attorney Marie Pereira. Marie, we've got another friend of this couple, really close to Mindy because he worked with her. She was his legal assistant. And we're hearing about these, what is clearly inaccurate information that's being given to these friends and family members about how Mindy died. But I keep thinking about what we're learning about Mindy. She was a legal assistant in this firm. A lot of times when you have that legal background, it's going to make you look more things up. Mindy was following along with what her husband was telling her about these people who were coming to get them or this money that was coming out. Are you surprised at her willingness to go along with it, or does that mean that perhaps she was finding out that it was all not true?
I think maybe she was finding out it was all not true. I mean, when you marry somebody, you trust that person. So if he's creating some concoction about his biological family, who he thought were his biological family, using his name and ruining his credit, and he had to go in hiding, maybe she just had to go along with it. But I think these witnesses are very good witnesses for the prosecution because it's just showing that he's a liar. And by the way, Ted, his lips are still thin and evil. He's still sitting there looking very guilty, all right? He's a liar. First, she died from a massive stroke when he told her friend, and then now it's sepsis. Why are you lying? It makes it even more urgent that he get on the stand at the end and explain the situation because I'm confused. I'm confused that she went along and she told her friend, we're in hiding because of a security breach. So that part makes me believe, okay, maybe he wasn't lying because she told that to her friend before she died. But now it leaves me aching as a 13th juror for more information. He's going to have to come clean and explain more because it's just looking weirder and weirder. His lips are thinner and more evil as we speak.
We found out this morning that they're going to decide tomorrow morning. The judge is allowing them. The state's going to finish their case today with a couple more witnesses this afternoon, and then they'll have the night to figure out whether he takes the stand. You can get Jim McIntyre in, Murray, without him through the police interview where it was discussed at length, and he maintains that there is a Jim McIntyre. He's real. He's the one that was doing the puppeteering. He's now been basically, it's been proven beyond a reasonable doubt through these witnesses that his story has changed so many times. I can't imagine a juror, when he takes the stand and takes the oath, is going to believe anything out of his mouth, given what the state's presented.
This is why they always say don't speak to anyone before you get an attorney, because that interview is going to be the Achilles heel for him when he gets on the stand. But I still believe that he's innocent until proven guilty. And if he comes on the stand and tells a story that makes sense about Jim McIntyre, in this crazy world we live in, nothing is impossible. Sometimes what we see on TV, and I said this last week, this is sounding like an Ozark situation where that main actor maybe murdered his wife, Wendy, and we don't know why, or Wendy disappeared. It didn't happen that way, but anything could happen. He just needs to come up and give the jurors an explanation that makes sense. And I don't think he can, though.
I like Ozark.
It's good.
Jason Bateman, yeah.
Yes. That witness that was just on the stand, no cross-examination, and he was excused, so they are going into a lunch break. So we're going to take a break of our own. Court TV's Kelly Craft is going to be joining us live from outside of that courthouse. Let's see what she observed inside of that Georgia courtroom when we come back.
Patriarch of the Adelson family gets arrested.
Terrible.
Donna Adelson is facing charges of murder, the death of her former son-in-law, Dan Markell.
Prosecutors say a bitter child custody battle was the motive for the murder-for-hire plot. Now that Donna has turned into a defendant, what's next for the Adelson clan?
Now that the ship is really sinking fast, blood doesn't matter that much.
The Matriarch Mastermind Murder Trial. Live coverage begins next week, only on Court TV.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. The dismembered wife murder trial continues this afternoon in Georgia. The defendant here, Nicholas Kassotis, they're on a lunch break right now, which gives us a chance to reflect as we get to the end of the state's case.
And the big question still looms whether or not Nicholas Kassotis is going to be testifying in his own defense. His wife's body was found strewn across 2 different counties, 3 miles apart. Let's go out to that courthouse where everything is unfolding. We get the latest from our Court TV legal correspondent Kelly Craft, who's with us. Kelly, we heard this morning from friends. Tell us what stood out about that testimony from your vantage point there inside of the courtroom.
Well, hey there, Julia and Ted. So 3 short witnesses this morning. The prosecution called them. Right now we're on a lunch break, going back in about an hour, actually 1 p.m. Eastern time. And then the state is going to be calling a few more witnesses, and then they do plan to rest. But this morning it was interesting because we heard from one of Kassotis's JAG buddies. So another prosecutor, another JAG officer from the Navy who talked about his friendship with Kassotis and how Kassotis and him continued to correspond after the Navy. And then he started to find out some information. Well, Kassotis would tell him that he was involved in some business on the dark web. Then he let him know that his wife Mindy had passed away. But then he had read in the paper that a woman's remains had been found, and then he saw that his friend had been arrested. So he then contacted the Georgia Bureau of Investigations. Why don't we go ahead and listen to a bit of his testimony from this morning.
Sometime in early March, we connected again on the phone.
And what did he tell you during that phone conversation?
Early in the call, I asked him how Mindy was doing because I figured the baby must have been born at this point, and he mentioned that she had passed away. He explained that she had complications with the pregnancy, that she'd had high blood pressure, and there had been some issues with her heart, that she had been hospitalized at least once, but that sometime before she could give birth, she passed away.
And that's been Kassotis's story. And we've heard his police interrogation video that was played the majority of the day yesterday, in which he's telling investigators exactly that his wife had passed away, their unborn baby passed away. And then you heard investigators repeatedly telling him, but she was not pregnant.
You know what? I really was, I don't know why, but I was surprised. I knew that he was a JAG officer. I knew he was a lawyer. I knew all of that information, but just what he's accused of and what he's told people, he seems like out in left field. And when this dude took the stand today, it was like, okay, he was a normal person, and they had friends, you know, they hung out together with the wives and everything. And Kelly wasn't just that side of things. It wasn't just Nick's friend. It was also Mindy's friends took the stand as well, including her best friend today. What stood out in terms of from that side?
Yeah, Ted, we heard from Mindy's best friend as well. And so she took the stand, and she was just talking about their friendship and how close they were. And in fact, she had been living not far from where Mindy had been living in Savannah, and didn't even know, because Mindy had been telling her that they feared for their life, that her and her husband feared for their life, feared for their safety. Let's go ahead and listen to a bit of her testimony.
Then did you call?
Yes, he called me.
And you spoke with him?
I did speak.
You recognized his voice?
I absolutely did.
Tell the jury how that conversation went.
He was crying. He said that Mindy was gone, that he didn't know what happened. He apologized, saying he wished he could have protected her more, and that he was so sorry for her not being here anymore. I asked him, what about the baby? He said, oh, we lost the baby. But he sounded really upset.
And so that was a bit of her testimony from this morning. So again, 3 witnesses this morning. We do expect the prosecution to call 2 more witnesses this afternoon, one of whom is going to be Agent Sands. We've heard from him before. The state is going to call him again to do further questioning. And then we do expect the state to rest its case in chief later on today. And then in regard to whether defense counsel is going to put on a case, it appears the judge is going to give defense counsel till tomorrow morning to make that decision. We have heard from defense counsel that if he does decide to put on a case, the only person he's going to call is the defendant himself.
Yeah, we heard that this morning. And different. He said that we had 3 or 4 witnesses lined up. We're not going to call them. It'll just be Nick. If indeed we put on a case, we'll find out. Kelly, thank you. Kelly will be with us throughout the day as we continue to watch this prosecution case in chief come to an end.
Right, it is winding down there, and it sounds like the defense case is going to be very quick as well, so it could be in the hands of
I
the
don't know
jury
about that,
this week.
because if he takes a stand, it could go
take
on
some
for.
time. It could. When we come back, we're going to take a look back at some key testimony to really help us understand what the jury is going to be weighing in this case. We had a wife of the defendants on the stand, not the one that he dismembered. This is a 3rd wife, the one he married immediately after. This is Samantha. That's next.
Welcome back to Court TV Live, along with Julia Janae. I'm Ted Rollins. Let's, well, we're waiting, actually, for the lunch break to end in the state of Georgia. We're watching the dismembered wife murder trial for Nicholas Kassotis. It's winding down. The state is expected to wrap this afternoon. 2 more witnesses. In fact, they had to take an early lunch because one of the witnesses was coming in from out of town. But here we are. We've been watching this play out. The former Navy veteran is accused of killing and dismembering his wife, Mindy, in order, according to the state, to start a new life with his soon-to-be third wife.
And the jury heard from that third wife, Samantha. She took the stand. She married him just months after Mindy was found dead. Let's take a listen back to her testimony.
Do you believe that he was Nick Stark?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Did he use any other names? I know you said he used that pen name. Was that Nick Moorfox?
Yeah, I believe he had the pen name Nick Moorfox that he published short fiction under.
Okay.
That was like his author pen name.
Do you know if he had changed his name in any other way?
No.
Those are the only 2 names that you...
That's correct. I mean, he had the other username KJ Stark, but he told me his he had 2 middle, like Killian James was like his full, yeah. So I just assumed that was the KJ Stark.
Okay.
But no, he never told me he had another last name different than Stark.
Did you ever know the name Nicholas James Kassotis?
No.
Now, you indicated that at the time, you were in the process of a divorce. You'd already been separated. Did you know Mr. Stark's marital status?
I believed I had. He told me that he was a widower and that he had lost his wife and his unborn child about 2 years prior, and that they had both died in a hospital.
And he told you that when?
He told me that, he first referenced that his wife had passed away in October of 2022 in Twitter direct messages.
He told you that in October of 2022?
Yes, on Twitter in the direct messages.
Did you subsequently determine that that was not correct? Meaning, did you find out from law enforcement that that was not the case?
I found out from law enforcement that that was not the case on the date of his arrest, and that was not until May 2023.
So when you first met KJ Stark via tweet, that was communicated to you through a tweet?
So the tweets are like public, but we were communicating through the Twitter direct messages or like private messages, like similar to like if you were talking just like a text message, but just on Twitter.
Okay. I'm going to try and make this a little bit easier. Your Honor, I have 1.93, 1.94, 1.95, sequentially through 1.99. So 1.93 through 1.99. May I? Yes, sir. I'm going to hand you exhibits 1.93 through 1.99. Can you just take a look at them and tell us if you recognize them?
I do.
Are those a fair and accurate depiction of what you provided to law enforcement in conjunction with this case?
Yes. I believe I provided more than this too, but yes, these I did provide.
Okay. And are those just exact duplicates of what you've turned over, just not in color?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I seek to introduce 1.93 through 1.99.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, they're all admitted. It's a total of 7 exhibits, but they are admitted without objection.
I'm now going to open and publish exhibit 1.93, slide 1.
Would it be fair to say that that's what you have in front of you is 1.93?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to scroll in here. Can you see the name of the tweet that was sent from to you?
Yes, it's KJ Stark.
Okay. And is that what you were referring to earlier when you referenced late September first speaking with Mr. Stark?
That's correct.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that here you have sort of an announcement on the public page about you selling the books?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And as a result, is that why or when you received rather the response from Mr. Stark concerning the purchase of the books that you were selling?
Yeah, so what he's done here is he took like my public tweet and he kind of like quote tweeted in a message and then wrote his message beneath it. Yep.
Would that be the message that he sent to you?
Yes.
And when was that sent?
September 24th, 2022.
And in that post that he sent to you, did he offer to communicate with you?
Yes, he did.
And if you look at the top of this post, was he aware that you were going through a divorce at that time?
Yes.
Okay. And as a result, did you respond?
Yes, I did.
And you indicated earlier that that's not common. Is that correct?
It does happen sometimes. Sometimes people want to let you know they're buying your books, but it is not the majority of cases. No, I wouldn't say it's common.
That was a look back at testimony that happened earlier in this case. Let's bring back in criminal defense attorney Marie Pereira. Marie, that's an important witness. When you're looking at motive, even though motive isn't crystal clear here, we don't know exactly what would have been his exact motive. Prosecutors allege that he dismembered his wife while he was on the run over this $1.5 million settlement. And also they throw in that he had this new love interest whom we saw on the stand.
And they met online, correct? This is the testimony she's giving, how they linked up. All I'm getting from this is not really making the motive any stronger because I still don't understand. Okay, you met someone, you like that person, why not just get married? You did not have to murder your wife because of that. That part doesn't make sense to me. But one thing this is making me feel, you know, I'm a recent widow, it's been a year and a half. People like this defendant, meeting them online makes me never want to link with anyone again because look at what she ended up with. This man is accused of murder. She didn't even know he was married before. And she doesn't seem to be an ignorant woman who wouldn't check him out. It is very scary what's out here in these streets. We're looking at him right now.
Yeah, and she did check him out. She asked for proof of, she wanted his driver's license, she wanted an employment letter, proof of employment. He was able to produce both of those. You know, the motive here is hard to isolate. You know, the state says it's to get this other woman. I think that there had to be a portion of Mindy that found out that this incredible journey that they'd been on, they were going to inherit, or he was going to get a check for $28 million. They had to go down dark. And at some point, she was a smart enough person. She probably asked the wrong question and said, well, wait a minute, what about this? And that may have triggered
and
something.
was threatening to expose it, which would have perhaps triggered someone.
Yeah, and then he needs a new wife, quick, change the name and move on. But I don't know, it's a horrible, heartbreaking case. Let's get a break. When we come back, we'll get more from the expert. She had a front row to all of this, and she told the jury the ride that Nicholas took her on after the state says he dismembered his wife.
A woman's remains found scattered throughout a 3-mile area.
Now, a former naval officer stands trial accused of killing his wife.
The dismembered wife murder trial. Live coverage today on Court TV.
There's some magic right there. Friday nights, the WNBA is on Ion. The Mystics battle the Fever. She was feeling it. Then, the Mercury hosts the Aces. Let's go, Aces. Coverage begins Friday night at 7. Find Ion wherever you watch. Ion, it's on.
Let's go back now to Georgia, where it's day 6 in the dismembered wife murder trial for defendant Nicholas Kassotis, and we're watching together the state's case wind down. The prosecution says that he killed and dismembered his second wife, Mindy Kassotis, back in 2022.
The defense says no, he didn't. He was actually being controlled, along with Mindy, by a mystery man named Jim McIntyre. While court is on a break, we're expecting them back in about 15 minutes from now. We're going back and listening to the third wife. This is Samantha. She took the stand and basically took the jury through her entire experience with the defendant, starting with an online connection. They were both authors. They had a lot in common. And then he started to love bomb her, including buying her some new tires. Let's go back in and listen to more from the ex.
Did you believe his wife was dead?
Yes.
Did he subsequently tell you that his wife also had been pregnant at the time she passed?
Yes.
Okay. Did he indicate at any time that he was in any other relationship, or just that that one had expired? Meaning the relationship had ended, that she had passed?
He never indicated that he was in any kind of relationship with any kind of romantic relationship with anybody.
Did you know if he had another wife that preceded the wife you just referenced?
No.
Okay. So at that time, you thought that the only time he had been married was to the woman he described on October 18th?
Yes.
Okay. Did he say how she died initially?
Yes, he said that she died in a hospital and that blood pressure complications and possibly an undiagnosed heart condition as well.
Did you follow through with your plans to get married?
Yes.
Okay. And that's when we showed you the marriage license, is that correct? Or the application?
Yep. Yes.
Okay. Did you know a woman by the name of Heather Thomas? Had he ever mentioned a woman by that name?
He mentioned he had a girlfriend named Heather. He said it was just a girlfriend. He said she had wanted to marry him and he did not want to, and they broke up, and that it was a messy breakup. That's what he had said.
Never told you that was his wife?
No.
Never told you that he had divorced her?
No.
Did you know if he owed her any money?
No. He told me he was debt free. He told me he owed nobody nothing.
He said he didn't owe anything.
That's correct. He said he was completely debt free.
Can you tell us, how did it make you feel learning that he had not only the first wife who had passed, but the second wife from before her?
I don't think words will ever capture how I felt, but I felt if I had to choose some words, I'd say horrified, shocked, traumatized, violated, deceived.
What did you do?
In the days that followed his arrest, I contacted Agent Sands multiple times. Tried to, after learning that, I tried to be as helpful as I could be because I was horrified. And so in the days that followed, I took pictures of all the belongings that he had in the Airbnb and sent the photos to Agent Sands and asked if they needed anything of his belongings. And they requested some of those, and I had them shipped to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. And then I also, like his laptops, his phones, and when I say laptops and phones, because he had one for work, one for personal. And then I also started looking messages, emails, anything that I thought the Georgia Bureau of Investigation might want to see. It was just, I was still in shock, but I knew that I wanted to be helpful because what I was hearing was so horrifying and I had no idea. And so I was trying to be as helpful in those immediate days as I could be.
What did you do about your marriage?
I wanted it annulled because I felt like the marriage and everything in the marriage was not consensual because of his fraud, and I wanted it annulled.
Marie Pereira, that testimony did bring the jurors into his world along with hers.
My God. Horrified, shocked, violated, and deceived. That's how she felt. The jurors are taking in all of that. This woman really was deceived by him. His words, his actions. It's showing to the jurors what he's capable of, that she was actually married to him. And she did her homework. She didn't just fall for the fact that, okay, this brother bought me some tires and he's putting out cash. She doesn't seem like she's about that life that she could be bought. She loved him, she cared for him, and now she is just somebody that he duped. She's horrified, shocked, violated, and deceived. So when he takes the stand, if he does, he's going to have to convince the jurors, I am not that person. And if I did that, there is a reason for it. It was Jim McIntyre that did all of that, that I'm accused of. That witness ruined his credibility without even him taking the stand because she's firsthand a victim of his deceit and his lies, allegedly.
Marie, what Nicholas Kassotis do you think we're going to see on the stand if he does testify? You know, we heard him in the police interview. He seemed very low key, a little bit nervous, but not someone who was very commanding or engaging in the way that he was responding. But when we hear his friends talk about him, he seemed like he was charismatic, that he came across as empathetic. What do you think we're going to see on the stand?
I think we're going to see a mixture. Something to show that, you know, with my background as an Army lawyer and an honest citizen, someone with morals and character, I would never do that. I'm just an innocent victim. And then he's going to play it down to say, I am a victim of Jim McIntyre. He murdered my wife, and I was so afraid of him, I just didn't know what to do afterwards. So I said and did stupid things because I was trying at this point to preserve my own life. And hopefully the jurors will believe it. He'll be a mixture of weak, strong at the same time to gain their empathy and regain their trust, because that witness and all the other witnesses make him look like a liar.
Absolutely. It's the ultimate challenge for a potential psychopath to try to win over people who have already been prepped that you are a pathological liar. Let's get a break. When we come back, live testimony. We're heading back to Georgia.
Good afternoon. Please be seated. Do we have a witness present? Okay. Then let's bring.
Just waiting on my client, Your Honor.
Okay, didn't notice. All right, we can bring the jury in. All right, everyone, please be seated and please call the next witness.
Cameron Nelson.
Good afternoon. Before you have a seat, please raise your right hand and take the oath.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do.
Please be seated.
Would you state your name, please?
Cameron Nelson,
How do you spell Cameron?
Cameron,
Where do you live?
in Williamsburg, Virginia.
Did you travel here from Williamsburg, Virginia for this trial?
I did not. During the week for work, I live in Falls Church, Virginia.
How long have you been living there?
In Falls Church
Yes.
since January 2025.
How are you currently employed?
I'm employed as an attorney for the Defense Health Agency
And how long have you been working with that agency?
since February of 2022.
And what is the mission of that agency?
The Defense Health Agency administers the military health system, taking care of the beneficiaries of active duty, retired, and reserve members of the armed forces.
You married?
I am, yes, sir.
What's your husband's name?
His name is Benjamin Gray Nelson II.
What does he go by?
He goes by Gray.
How is he employed?
He's employed with his own businesses. He owns restaurants.
Which type of restaurant?
Mellow Mushroom Pizza Bakers.
Okay. How many does he own?
3
Where?
in Charlottesville, Virginia, Williamsburg, Virginia, and Newport News, Virginia.
They're having trouble.
Closer.
If you could position yourself closer.
Can you tap your microphone, make sure it's working? Did you serve in the military?
Yes, sir, I did.
What branch?
In the Navy.
And what was your military occupational specialty?
I started as a nurse corps officer where I practiced oncology and medical surgical nursing. and then later switched to the Judge Advocate General's Corps, where I practice as an attorney.
How long did you serve in the Navy?
20 years active with total 24, including reserve time.
Did you retire
Yes, sir, I did.
in good standing?
Yes, sir.
What was your rank when you left the Navy?
Commander.
Can you see the defendant in this case, Nicholas Kassotis, from where you're seated?
Yes, I can.
How do you know him?
Nick and I met at Naval Justice School in 2008 when he was attending the basic lawyer course.
And what was your job and what was his job while you were at the Naval Justice School?
After he finished that course, he reported to Naval Legal Service Office Mid-Atlantic, where we were both stationed, until I departed in 2009.
What happened to you personally around 2009?
In February of 2009, I was diagnosed with cancer for the first time, and I was scheduled to deploy aboard the USNS Comfort, which is one of 2 hospital ships. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to go on that deployment because of that diagnosis.
And when the defendant learned that you had been deployed, what, if anything, did he do?
He took that deployment for me. In fact, the same day that I reported to the command to let them know of the diagnosis, Nick immediately volunteered to take that deployment so that I could focus on treatment.
What was your relationship like with the defendant during that period of time?
It was good. We became friends. We worked together, socialized together, both with our colleagues and their spouses as well.
And how long was that deployment on the USNF Comfort?
It was approximately 5 months.
And where was the deployment?
Central America, South America, and the Caribbean.
At some point during your career, were you ever stationed at the Pentagon?
Yes, sir, I was.
From when to when?
The first time from 2011 to 2014, and the second time after a postgraduate degree, I came back from 2015 to 16.
And what kind of work did you do while you were at the Pentagon?
The first time I was the flag aide for the Judge Advocate General of the Navy and also worked for the Chief of Naval Operations as a deputy legal counsel. The second time I was temporarily assigned to the Office of the Judge Advocate General Code 18, which did cyber law, as well as the Department of Defense Office of General Counsel for Intelligence.
During the time that the defendant was in the Navy, was he too also stationed at the Pentagon?
Yes, sir, he was.
And what was his job at the Pentagon?
He was also assigned to what we call OJAG, both to Code 13, which practiced administrative law, and to Code 10, international law.
Are you familiar with the defendant's first wife, Heather?
Yes, sir, I am.
How do you know Heather?
I met Heather through Nick. Once they began dating and became engaged, we continued to socialize with them, and we attended their wedding.
At some point, did they become divorced?
Yes, sir, they did.
And following their divorce, did the defendant ever discuss the breakup with you?
He did.
What did he say about their breakup?
He expressed significant distress about the fact that there had been infidelity, which he alleged had been on Heather's part. In addition, he shared that Heather had lied about wanting to have children and that he was desperate to become a father.
I'm showing you now a photograph that's marked States Exhibit 2.32. Can you see this photograph from where you're seated?
Yes, sir, I can.
Do you recognize the person in this photograph?
Yes, sir, I do.
Who is that?
Mindy.
Do you know her last name?
Maiden name was Mebane, married name Kassotis.
How did you come to know Mindy?
I also met Mindy through Nick, and we developed a close friendship. Mindy was incredibly vibrant and generous, and we became closer over time.
And did they become married?
They did, yes, sir.
Did you attend that wedding?
I did.
Do you recall a time that the defendant was discharged from the Navy?
I do.
Roughly when did that occur?
Approximately 2017.
And did he discuss with you his work plans after he left the Navy?
He shared that he was interested in practicing cyber law and information technology law and had developed that interest in part through his Master of Laws program at Georgetown.
Did he ever mention to you an association with Microsoft?
He did. He shared that in his job search as he was leaving the Navy, he had gone to an event called Jobs for JAGS, which is an annual event that's hosted by the Judge Advocate Association. There, he met a man named Peter who worked for Microsoft in some capacity, and that Peter had been interested in talking about cyber opportunities for Nick.
And did you communicate with the defendant after he left the Navy?
Yes, I did.
Were you asked by Detective Frost with the Liberty County Sheriff's Office to indicate the different addresses and phone numbers that you had used to communicate with him?
Yes, sir.
I'm showing you now what's marked as State's Exhibit number 2.33 and ask if you can identify them.
Yes, sir, I do recognize those. That's a list of email addresses and phone numbers with which I communicated with Mindy and Nick.
And that you provided to the Liberty County
Correct.
Sheriff's Office. I'll tender it this time. State's Exhibit 2.33.
Any objection? No objection. It is admitted.
At some point during the time you were communicating with the defendant, did you guys use Signal?
We did.
What is Signal?
Signal is an app where you can text or make phone calls. They're encrypted, as far as I understand. It's not uncommon to use that because it doesn't use data charges in a lot of cases if you're on Wi-Fi.
And does it have a feature that can make the messages disappear?
You can. Either user could set that message to disappear at a certain period of time or immediately.
And at some point we'll get to later, you provided messages to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation
I did.
and explain how they did not disappear.
Generally, Nick had set the text settings so that they would disappear. Sometimes he did not do that, and it's not my habit to have messages disappear unless I intentionally delete them. So I had not deleted those.
At some point, did Nick ever discuss with you threats that he was receiving?
He did.
What did he say?
He explained first that there had been an issue with his USAA banking account, that someone had either hacked his account or had somehow, I think an employee of USAA or more than one employee had accessed his account. He also explained that there had been issues with his mail. And in addition to that, he explained that his first wife, Heather, had attempted to break into the house.
Did he say anything to you about threats made by Heather?
He indicated that Heather had made threats to him. I don't recall specifically, but that he had reported the threats from Heather and the break-in to the Alexandria Police Department and the issues with the banking and the mail to the FBI.
That's what he said.
Correct.
Did there come a time that he began experiencing financial problems?
He explained that he had been, yes.
And what did he tell you about his financial problems?
That related back to the USAA issues. He explained that he did not have access to any of the money that was in his account and was struggling to pay bills, common bills, and very basic level bills like vet bills, medical bills for Mindy, food, and was in distress because of that.
Did you and your husband attempt to help him out financially?
We did. Prior to May of 2018, we had provided some minimal assistance. In May of 2018, he asked for $2,000 in cash, which I did provide. And that date stands out because it's a time that I had also been diagnosed with cancer a second time. And Nick had indicated that he felt it was a significant thing to ask me to do that while I was undergoing cancer treatment, and that he would not do so if it were not an emergency.
Now, was this a gift or a loan?
It was a loan.
Did there come a time that he was given access to a Capital One Venture credit card?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury about that.
As time went on, we provided more assistance. And while Nick and Mindy were still in Alexandria, we provided not housing, but we provided food, medical expenses, and dog food or vet bills for Rusty, their dog. And as time went on and we got closer to the time they left in November 2019, we opted to use a credit card so that we could easily track what was being spent, knowing that it might go up after they left the area because there would be housing expenses as well.
And how much did the defendant charge to that credit card?
In total?
Total.
Approximately $198,000.
And that was a loan, not a gift.
That was a loan. On two separate occasions, Nick indicated that he intended to repay and had either set up a wire transfer to repay us or had actually gotten a cashier's check and those never materialized.
Has he ever paid a penny towards that debt?
Not a penny.
At some point, he was cut off from using that card. Is that correct?
He was in early 2021. At this point, it had been over a year and a half that we just felt like it was no longer sustainable. That Nick had repeatedly said that he would attempt to make some repayment, and we understood he had repaid at least one other friend based on what he had shared with us. And we decided that it was just not sustainable to continue to allow him to borrow money.
And so he was cut off approximately when?
January of 2021,
When's the last time you saw the defendant?
November 2019.
Under what circumstance?
It was as he and Mindy were preparing to leave Alexandria, and they came to our home and we had dinner together.
And after you last saw him, did you continue to stay in touch with him?
We did, mostly by text message.
At some point, was there any conversation by the defendant about changing his name?
Yes, sir, there was.
Tell the jury about that.
I don't recall the date. It was after they left Alexandria, and Nick shared that he had learned that his parents were not his biological parents. And so he was going to change his last name to Stark as a result of that discovery.
And did he tell you why he picked Stark?
My understanding was that that was the name of his biological parents.
What about his birthday?
He also changed his birthday. His original birthday, I believe, was in June, and he changed it to February 14th. He told me that was his actual birthday.
Did you ever have any conversation with the defendant about his writing?
I did. Nick and Mindy had both shared that Nick had developed an interest in writing fiction. I would categorize it as short horror stories, and that he had had some success publishing on online forums.
Was there one in particular that stands out that he claimed was a success?
There was. Nick shared with me that one of his stories had been purchased and would be turned into a movie. And that was, he told me that in 2022, but I think the story was published in 2019 originally.
Do you recall the name of that story?
I do.
What is it?
I think my mother-in-law is trying to kill me.
And what was the mother-in-law's name in this?
Betsy.
When you would communicate with him, especially electronically, how would he refer to Mindy?
Usually by the initial M, which he referred to her in conversation as well, vocal conversation prior to the time they left Alexandria.
I'm going to show to you State's Exhibit number 2.34, 2.35, 2.36, 2.37, 2.38, 2.39, 2.40, 2.41. I want you to take a moment and look at these documents and tell me if you recognize what they are.
I do. These are text messages on Signal to me from Nick.
Okay. Are they all true and accurate copies of the actual text message that you received from the defendant?
Yes, sir. I took them as screenshots.
And have you had an opportunity to review those before court today? I
have.
And did you provide the law enforcement with copies of those?
I did.
Well, I'll tender at this time, Your Honor, each of those exhibits, 2.34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, they've been shown to opposing counsel.
Any objection? No objection. They're all admitted. There are 8 documents. You may proceed.
All right, starting first with exhibit 2.34. On what date was that sent?
June 8th, 2022.
And what did he tell you in that message?
He shared the news that Mindy was pregnant in this message.
Now turning to exhibit 2.35, what's the date?
October 26, 2022.
And if you would read that to the jury, please, both your response and his response.
Yes, sir. I asked Nick, how is M doing? And Nick replied, not great, more scared than she lets on, I think, trying to work through things to figure out what's going on and how to keep her okay. And I replied, I'm so sorry, I wish I could help. Please keep me posted. I will definitely say tons of prayers, as always. And Nick replied, I definitely will.
Now turning your attention to Exhibit 2.36, what is the date on that?
October 29th, 2022.
And would you read that for the jury?
Nick indicated that Mindy was doing a little worse, heading to the hospital again in the morning unless this new medication starts to work. I replied, oh no, sending lots of prayers and hugs. Is the hospital okay? Tell the nurses to be good to her. Nick replied, it is. They've been very decent with things, explaining options and timelines. And I replied, I'm very glad to hear that.
I don't recall where you currently work right now. What's the name of that agency?
I currently work for the Defense Health Agency, but I no longer practice as a nurse. I'm currently practicing as an attorney.
But are you familiar with what service members and their families are entitled to use TRICARE?
Yes, sir. TRICARE is a health plan that provides health care to designated beneficiaries. In general, those beneficiaries would be active duty, reserve, or retired service members and their families, Medal of Honor winners, survivors, and dependents, as well as other categories that may not be named, but there are very specific limitations as to who's eligible for TRICARE.
So in November of 2022, while the defendant is out of the Navy and Mindy has no association with the Navy, would they have been entitled to care from TRICARE?
Based on what I understood of Nick's status and that he had been discharged fully from the reserves and what he had shared with me, I do not believe that he would have been eligible.
Let me direct your attention to Exhibit 2.37. What is the date?
November 1st, 2022.
Would you read that for the jury?
I inquired, how is M doing? Nick responded, I think a little better. We have an appointment tomorrow afternoon, so we're hopeful that we're getting the thumbs up for her to move on at it. Hopefully they see some improvement. I replied, a little better is in fact better. We will keep saying prayers. How are you? Nick replied, I'll be okay just as soon as I know everything is good with her. I can only repack everything so many times to identify new efficiencies.
Now look at State's Exhibit 2.38. What is the date?
December 1st, 2022.
Would you read that to the jury, please?
Nick texted, hi Cameron, I have no idea how to write this, and I'm so sorry to send it like this, but M passed away. Please keep that close hold. I would never ask you to keep it from Gray, but I don't know how to manage anything else, and I know a lot of people still need to be told. I don't have many answers yet about what happened. I've just never felt this bad. I replied, I'm so sorry to hear this. My heart breaks for you. How can we help?
Now direct your attention to Exhibit 2.39. You see it?
Yes, sir.
What's the date?
December 5th, 2022.
Would you please read that to the jury?
Nick texted, they said it was a stroke. Nothing that could have been done. Her dad said it runs in the family. I didn't know that. I don't know if that makes it better or worse, but now we know, I guess. And I replied, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. What a shock, especially at such a young age. I think it helps only in that it stops your mind from some of the constant wondering. Nick replied, her blood pressure had been a constant concern, but not in this way. Like it worried me, but I didn't think this was the worst case.
Now take a look at Exhibit 2.40. What is the date?
December 11th, 2022.
And would you read that to the jury?
I texted Nick, checking on you. How is today going? And Nick replied, so. I have M's ashes back. The process was awful, and I never got to see her after I was told, and I feel sick about it. I thought that it was going to be different, and maybe I should have asked more questions, but I just wasn't comprehending.
And finally, turn your attention to Exhibit 2.41. What's the date?
March 28th.
Of what year?
2023.
Would you read that to the jury?
Nick texted, I heard a rumor you were trying to find me. My car quite literally exploded on me, and I've been in the hospital while I wait to see what happened. Sorry I've been so hard to reach. The other phone died in the fire. You should see the photos. Gray would probably find them interesting.
And then were there photographs attached to that text?
There were, yes, sir.
And are they attached to that exhibit?
They are.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Mr. Weinstein, cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Ms. Nelson.
Good afternoon.
I'm Doug Weinstein. I'm representing Nick Kassotis in this case. You got to know Nick, did you say at Naval Justice in 2008? Is that correct?
We met briefly there, yes.
And when did you get to actually know him better?
During our first duty station in the Judge Advocate General's Corps in Norfolk.
What was Nick like?
Kind. Nick was the first person to offer to help someone. Frequently he was the first person to volunteer, as obviously he volunteered for the deployment for me.
Did you ever know him to be violent?
No,
Did he have a temper?
not that I saw.
In States Exhibit 2.37 from November 1st of 2022, I believe Nick references repacking everything.
Mm-hmm.
What did you take that to mean?
That they were going to relocate to a different house or a different location.
Was that common for them at the time?
Yes, it had been.
How often would you say they moved, as far as you know?
Often, I mean, it varied.
Every few days, every few months, every few weeks?
It could be all of the above.
You've retained a law firm to try to recover the money that you lent to Nick, correct?
We did.
And the law firm is Kaufman and Cannolis?
Kaufman and Knowles, yes.
Kaufman and Knowles. And the amount that you are seeking to recover from Nick Kassotis is $199,402.91. Does that sound about right?
About right.
Okay, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Make sure you excuse.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
State calls Heather Kassotis.
Before the witness comes in, if everyone please check your phones, make sure they're either off or on silent. I appreciate your cooperation. Good afternoon, ma'am. Please raise your right hand and take the oath.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please have a seat.
Would you state your name, please?
Heather Thomas,
Where do you live?
Alexandria, Virginia.
Did you travel here from Alexandria, Virginia to testify for this trial?
Yes, I did.
How are you employed?
I work for the federal government at the Department of Commerce.
What are your duties there?
I'm a government contracting official.
Are you married?
Yes, I am.
When did you get married?
In October of 2015.
Do you have any children?
Yes, I have one daughter.
How old is she?
She's 8.
Is your husband employed?
Yes,
Where is he employed?
the Department of Defense.
From where you're seated, can you see the defendant, Nicholas Kassotis, in this case?
Yes,
Do you know that person?
yes.
How do you know him?
I was married to him.
From when to when?
2009 to 2015
How did you meet?
on eHarmony.
And how long after meeting him was it that you became married?
Very quickly after.
Was he in the military?
Yes,
What branch?
the Navy.
What was his job in the Navy?
He was a JAG officer.
At some point while he was in the Navy, was he deployed to Italy?
Yes,
From when to when?
2011 to 2013.
And what was his job when he was in Italy?
He worked as a prosecutor.
While you guys were in Italy, did he acquire a dog?
We acquired a dog,
And what was the dog's name?
Rusty.
I'm showing you a photograph now and ask if you can identify that.
Yes,
What's it a picture of?
that's my dog, Rusty.
Does it fairly and accurately depict the way Rusty appeared?
Yes,
You're getting emotional. Why is that?
I was lucky enough to spend the last 2 years of his life with him,
Living at your place?
living at our house. Yes.
I'll tender at this time State's Exhibit 2.46.
Any objection? No objection. It is admitted.
During the time of your marriage to the defendant, did he ever work out of the Pentagon?
Yes.
Do you know what his job there was?
It was on, I only knew it was code 13.
Do you know what that means?
No, I don't.
Also, during the time that you were married, did he have occasion to attend Georgetown University?
Yes,
Where's that located?
in Washington, D.C.
And do you know what his area of study was?
I believe it was international.
In the beginning of your relationship, can you describe for the jury your relationship to him?
Yes, it was pretty much what I thought was a normal relationship. Very smooth sailing, never fought, kind of like best friends in a way.
Did he ever indicate to you whether he wanted children?
Yes, he did. We both did.
Do you have a medical condition that makes that unlikely?
Yes, I have polycystic ovarian syndrome, PCOS.
Notwithstanding that medical condition, were you able to get pregnant while married with him?
Yes,
And what happened to that pregnancy?
it was lost.
How did your relationship change over time?
It felt like we were more roommates instead of married.
Whose idea was it to get a divorce?
I believe it was mutual, but more so myself.
And there was a proceeding that was filed in the Circuit Court of Fairfax County, Virginia, concerning this matter.
Yes,
And if you had an opportunity to view State's Exhibit 2.45A, 45B, 45C, 45D, and 45E prior to coming in here today,
yes, I have.
and you recognize these as documents pertaining to your divorce,
Yes,
I'll tender each of these exhibits, Your Honor. They're certified copies of those documents that I've shown to.
No objection.
All right, then A, B, C, D, and E is 2.45. They're all admitted without objection.
After the action for divorce was filed, did you become separated?
Yes,
Did you move out?
yes, I did.
Where did you move to?
I moved nearby in Alexandria.
During the period of separation, were there discussions about infidelity?
Of course,
And who raised those?
Nick did.
Did you cheat on him during the course of your marriage?
No,
How quickly was the divorce granted after the petition was filed?
it was granted in October of 2015.
Now, the court documents show Nicholas James Kassotis as the plaintiff in this divorce, and you're referred to as the defendant.
Yes,
Why is that?
we both didn't have a need for an attorney. He was an attorney and he said he could take care of it. And I trusted him that he would.
Can you see from where you're seated, a photograph states exhibit number 2.32? Can you see it?
Yes,
You recognize the person in this photograph?
yes,
Who is this person?
it's Mindy.
How did you know Mindy?
I knew her as his wife, his new wife.
Do you recall when you first met her?
It was by happenstance in a public setting. She had no idea who I was.
When he would refer to her, how would he refer to her?
Can you clarify the
By
question?
initials?
Yes, M.
And the grounds for the divorce were what?
Irreconcilable differences.
What were his obligations under the divorce?
He was required to pay off the personal loan or refinance it if he couldn't pay it off in his own name. He was required to refinance or pay off the truck that he was driving. And he was required to either refinance or sell the property on Adrian Drive.
And at some point, was he ordered to pay you $1.5 million?
Yes,
Did he?
no,
How long after your divorce was it before he and Mindy got married, roughly?
about a year, almost to the day.
And after your divorce from him, did you continue to correspond with him?
Yes, of course. We were very friendly. It was a very amicable divorce.
And how would you communicate with him after the divorce?
Text. He came to visit with the dogs. We had 2 dogs at the time, Stitch and Rusty. Email. Just whatever was convenient.
Do you know how he was employed during the time he was married to Mindy?
I was told that from him that he worked for the Department of the Navy.
For how long?
I don't know.
Did he ever express interest in starting a cybersecurity business?
He mentioned cybersecurity as an area that he was interested, yes.
Between 2015 and 2019, did the defendant cooperate with the divorce obligations?
No,
Did that cause any kind of hardship to you?
of course.
Like what?
It put me through a lot of emotional stress, but importantly, it put me through a lot of scrutiny for my own employment. I was, and still do hold a security clearance that required your credit to be good and all of your bills paid, all of that stuff. And by him not doing that for many, many months, I was in a situation where a piece of paper to submit to the Office of Personnel Management wasn't going to cut it. They wanted to see full extent of the law to pursue the resolution of that because my employment was at stake.
Referring your attention to Exhibit 2.45B, dated 11/28/18, entitled Consent Order. He was ordered to pay you the $1.5 million plus $90,000 in interest in that consent order. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And $10,000 in attorney fees.
That's correct.
And then the case was continued almost exactly 30 days to December 28th, 2018. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And was there a hearing on December 28th, 2018?
Yes.
In Exhibit 2.45C shows the court found him not in compliance with the November 28, 2018 consent order and ordered Nicholas Kassotis to appear before the court on January 4th, 2019 to show cause why he should not be held in contempt.
That's right.
Did you go to that January 4th hearing?
Yes, I did.
What happened at that hearing?
The judge was very upset after he heard Nick testify under oath that he not only had the money, he had more than enough of the money, and that he just was refusing to pay it. So the judge was not very kind.
He admitted having how much money?
$32 million.
And did he tell the court he was having difficulty accessing that money?
Yes.
What did he tell the court?
He told the court that his wife, his current wife, Mindy, was holding his funds and that he thought that she had a claim to it because it was earned during his marriage with her. And that he was pursuing other actions with her. But the judge was like, well, I can't bring her into court, but you're here. So you need to put a move on it. And I want this done. I want to see movement in a week. Otherwise, your liberty is at stake.
Now, before that hearing, was there another similar hearing that occurred?
Yes.
What happened at that similar hearing?
There was a case right before ours where very similar circumstances, though not to the degree or the amount owed by any means, was playing out. And we were both in the courtroom. And that ended where the spouse that owed the money left in handcuffs. And so Nick asked to meet with my attorney and I in the mediation room after we continued. And that's when the additional $90,000 and the $10,000 came from.
So was Nick in the courtroom to witness that incident where the man was taken out in
Yes.
handcuffs? Did he ever comply with that court order for the $1.5 million, the interest and the attorney fees?
No.
I'm showing you now what's marked as 2.45E. Do you know what that is?
Yes.
Go ahead.
It's a bench warrant for failure to appear
A bench warrant for who?
for Nick,
And it's dated when?
December 23rd, 2020.
Have you ever threatened him with violence?
None.
Are you familiar with him changing his last name?
I did not find that out until after he was arrested.
And did he ever explain to you why he changed the name?
No.
Are you familiar with the last name of Stark?
It made me think of the Game of Thrones character, frankly.
And who is that character?
It was one of the main characters that was probably, I think, killed first.
Did you and the defendant watch the Game of Thrones during the time you were married?
Yes.
At some point, did you become familiar with the GBI sketch?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that. How did you become familiar with it?
Well, I received a random text message asking if I was ever married to Nick. And of course, I was hesitant to respond to a stranger, but nonetheless, the curiosity got the best of me. And so she told me about...
Objection to hearsay.
Sustain the objection.
Based on what she told you, what did you do?
Based on what she told me, I looked it up and I saw a similarity. as far as the sketch was concerned, and I called the GBI to let them know that that looks remarkably like Mindy because of the jawline.
Did you tell the GBI who you were?
No, I did not.
I believe your testimony was you remarried shortly after the divorce.
Yes, I did.
Was there a time that the defendant saw you after your divorce when you were pregnant?
Yes.
Were you obviously pregnant?
Yes.
And describe to the jury what happened on that occasion when the defendant saw you pregnant.
Nick was very uncomfortable when he saw me. He did utter the congratulations, but the body language wasn't matching. Later on after that meeting, which is actually the last time that I saw my other dog, Stitch, my husband made very similar comments, saying that it was very awkward and that he could tell that Nick was very uncomfortable.
That's all the questions I have.
Mr. Weinstein?
Good afternoon, Ms. Thomas. I'm Doug Weinstein. I'm representing Nick Kassotis in this case. I have a few questions for you. Your divorce from Nick Kassotis was final on October 15th, 2015, correct?
That's correct.
When did you get married to your husband, to Anthony Thomas?
Yeah, October 16th.
The very next day?
Yes.
Nick raised the issue of infidelity with you, correct?
Yeah.
He accused you of infidelity.
Yes.
And do you still maintain that you did not commit infidelity?
Correct. I met my husband well after we had already separated. I had not started dating my husband until July. And while that does seem fast, it is possible to find the love of your life.
You say that Nick failed to follow the obligations in your initial divorce decree, correct?
Correct.
And that he was supposed to pay off some type of loan, either refinance it, but pay it off so you're off the loan, correct?
Correct, yeah. Just remove my name, however he wanted to do that.
He was supposed to pay off the truck, and he was supposed to refinance or sell I guess the marital home that y'all had.
That's right. Mhm.
And he did not do those things, correct?
That's right.
And you pursued him to do those things.
Absolutely.
And following that, there was a consent order, correct?
That's right.
And that consent order was from, I guess, November 28th, 2018. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. And in that consent order, can you tell me this? How did you reach the consent order? How did you reach the numbers in the consent order? How did you come up with the figures? How did you guys come up with the figures?
We came up with the figures. We had an addendum made that we mutually agreed to, and we had notarized and we had added. So it was then part of the divorce decree.
And when you say we, that's you and Nick and I
Correct.
guess whatever attorneys were involved. Is that correct?
He never had an attorney, but yes, I had an attorney.
Okay. And so that $1.5 million that he had agreed to pay you, he agreed to that. He agreed to the 1.5 million in the course of the negotiation, correct?
Correct.
And had you seen any evidence that Nick had $1.5 million?
No.
Have you seen, or at the time, or at any time, did you see any evidence that Nick Kassotis had the $32 million that he said he had?
When he testified under oath.
I understand that. Did you see any, did you see any documentation of the $32 million?
No.
Bank statements
Oh, yes.
that showed $32 million?
They were fake, but yes.
And when you followed up on that, do you remember the bank?
Bank of America?
Okay. Did you do anything with Bank of America to see if there was $32 million in there?
I tried filing the judgment in every single banking institution in the Virginia area, sir.
And were you successful at getting the $1.5 million from any of those banks?
No.
What did they say about the $32 million when you presented Bank of America with those statements?
They've never heard of them.
You say that both you and your husband thought that Nick Kassotis was uncomfortable when he saw that you were pregnant. Does it surprise you that an ex-husband is uncomfortable when he sees his ex-wife pregnant?
It depends. If you have a good relationship before then and you already knew about it, then seeing it probably wouldn't have made a big difference.
The GBI interviewed you prior to today, correct?
That's right.
You recall telling the GBI that Heather was living with you guys?
I'm Heather.
I'm sorry, I apologize, Mindy.
Yes, and I corrected them immediately because that's not true.
Okay, I have no further questions. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Anything else, Council?
May she be excused?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Have a good day.
You too.
Your Honor, does the court wish to go straight into Agent Sands, or would you like to take a recess to first?
I think we look good. We can go ahead.
Okay. At this time, the state calls Agent Tracy Sands.
He's already been sworn. Simply remind you that you're still under oath.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Agent Sands.
Good afternoon.
Agent Sands, I know you have testified just briefly, but I'm going to start back at the beginning if that's okay.
Okay.
Can you please state and spell your name for the court reporter?
My name is Tracy, Tracy, Sands, Sands.
Where do you work?
I work with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. I'm currently assigned to the Region 5 Field Office, which is Statesboro, Georgia. But we cover a 10-county region, and Liberty County is one of those counties.
Does that also cover the region surrounding Liberty?
It does.
Okay. And what is your rank and title there?
I'm a Special Agent 3.
How long have you worked for the GBI?
I've worked for the GBI my entire career for the last 30 years. I've only been a GBI agent for 25 of those 30 years. I was essentially worked with a grant-funded task force and a deputy sheriff in 5 counties as a narcotics agent for the first 5 years.
And in that task force, did that involve federal agencies as well?
It did.
Can you tell the jury what federal agencies you had a relationship with?
During that period of time, it was basically during the crack cocaine era. I worked undercover for a couple of years and later started working with ATF, DEA, U.S. Marshals, FBI. We worked with a lot of federal agencies during that period and continue to this day to work with federal agencies.
Do you still retain those relationships in your current role?
Oh, I do.
Okay. As a special agent with the GBI, did you receive any specialized training at the beginning of your career?
I did. I started off, I had a 4-year college degree, which was required to actually apply as a special agent. From there, I attended their 16-week academy in Forsyth, Georgia. Once I left basically it's agent school at that time, I was assigned to a senior agent for approximately 1 year for field training.
And in that field training, would it be fair to say you basically shadow him?
I did.
Okay. Did you continue your training throughout the course of your career?
I did. GBI has sent me to numerous training and classes over the years. Some of the Georgia Public Safety Training Center, some taught by instructors there from various different agencies. I most recently had a class in Atlanta with the Secret Service where federal agencies have taught. So I could go on for hours about classes that I've taken over the years, because GBI allows us to do a lot of training with a lot of different agencies over the years.
And does that training include investigative training?
It does.
field work,
Yes, it does.
documenting and drafting reports?
That's correct.
Can you tell us, has investigative training changed over the years?
Drastically.
How so?
Digital forensics, if you've heard, there's just so many computer digital forensics, so many online records. So computers, cell phones, that type of data became really different.
Would it be fair to say at the beginning of your career there was less of that?
That's correct.
And have you had to stay current with that technology as the world has changed?
Yes.
Do you attend trainings to ensure that you're able to do so?
Yes.
Do you lean on any other agencies in an effort to facilitate maybe the areas where you are not an expert?
Very much so. We reached out. We have a cyber unit, as well as we have agents within our office that excel in certain areas. That as an older person, I'm actually having to ask them frequently about newer technologies.
And do they assist?
They do.
Would it be fair to say that that's a team effort in many of those areas?
Yes, very few of our investigations don't involve some sort of team. There are so many people involved in even the smallest of cases that are usually out of sight, but they help in tremendous ways.
Over the last 30 years, approximately how many investigations have you handled?
Numbers are very difficult because I just don't keep track like that. But I would estimate, including narcotics cases and drug cases, over 1,000 investigations.
Have you ever assisted other agents on their investigations as well?
I have.
And would it be fair then to say that you were part of their team, perhaps?
That's correct.
Okay. And can you tell us, how does it work in terms of assigning tasks within a team?
Basically, when in this particular case, I was the on-call agent. And the on-call agent responds is basically the first responder. As I said, very few cases are one person anymore. So at that point, once we respond, we decide who else we need, how many resources. Sometimes it's a matter of how many can get us until Monday morning until the larger group can come help.
Would it be fair to say that this one investigation that you're called out on may not be the only case you're working?
Very much so. Sometimes we don't even get our boots off from one call and we have to go to another one.
Okay. And can you tell us what the lead agent's role is in an investigation?
Especially the central clearinghouse. I gather reports from the other agencies that are involved and create a report to provide to the district attorney in order for them to present it to you guys.
And in that capacity as the lead agent, were there other individuals that assisted you in this investigation?
Yeah, other individuals from a variety of different agencies.
And were there ones from within the GBI?
Yes.
Have we seen every one of them in this courtroom over the last 7 days?
We have not.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that there are lots of other people that helped?
Yes, background analyst, even our office manager who answers the phone is a big help in assisting investigations. So there are many other people that are involved in these cases, and specifically in this one.
And now in this case, you worked with a partner agency. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Who was that?
The Liberty County Sheriff's Office.
And can you explain to the jury how you became involved in the Liberty County Sheriff's Office case?
Sure. There are a lot of cases with GBI that we get called to that are conflict cases or may involve one of their personnel in a matter where we have to be independent. For instance, an officer-involved shooting, something where we would have to come in and be separate and have a separate opinion and separate ourselves from them. In this particular case, they have what we call original jurisdiction. GBI has no jurisdiction in homicide, so we have to be invited in. In this case, I was requested by Lieutenant Tracy Jennings, who is their CID commander at that time.
And when they invited you in at that point, who took lead on the investigation?
We did.
And would it be fair to say that there are resources available to the GBI that may not be available to local agencies?
Yes, there are really a lot of great investigators that you've heard from local agencies, but we just become a force multiplier. And as such, even as GBI, we have to reach out to federal agencies to get assistance as well with other cases when we have problems or certain areas where they have expertise that we don't.
Would they have potentially access to resources that you at the GBI might not have access to.
Very much so.
Okay. Were you working as a special agent with the GBI in December of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell us, were you on call on that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell us, you received a call from, you said Lieutenant Jennings, is that right?
That's correct.
When you received that call, what time did you receive it?
Around 6:30 p.m.
And when you got that phone call, where did you go?
I went to the scene.
And where was that?
You've heard mention of the Barrington Ferry and Jones Road. It was a hunting club area off the Barrington Ferry Road. Barrington Ferry is the Liberty County portion. It's the same dirt road, but that road changes and becomes the Jones Road once it enters McIntosh County.
Okay. Can you tell us just a rough way, how do you get to there from here, meaning the courthouse?
Probably the easiest ways is to go to I-95. And once you get to Highway 17 to I-95, you would, there's a landmark there called it's the world's smallest church. That landmark gets you to the Jones community, and the Jones Road is the first road past that. Once you turn on the Jones Road, you would be coming from the opposite end, from the McIntosh County side, and it would get you to the entry road or the Portal Hunting Club where you've heard mention of.
Can you get to that roadway from more than one road?
Yes, ma'am.
How else can you get in there?
From the Barrington Ferry Road, if you're coming from the Riceboro area, you would come down to the Barrington Ferry.
Now, I believe you indicated that was Riceboro, is that correct?
That's correct.
What county is Riceboro in?
Liberty County.
And that portion that you referred to of where you initially responded, what county was that in?
Liberty County.
When you got to that location, did there have like an actual address?
There was not. Lieutenant Jenkins had attempted to provide me with an address, and it was very difficult for her. She was just basically providing directions to me to get to the scene.
Okay, and when you got to the scene, did you ultimately take any coordinates?
I did.
What type of coordinates did you take?
I took GPS coordinates, and I've worked with Georgia State Patrol Aviation Unit over the years, and I'm also a commercial drone pilot. So I've always taken those coordinates in degrees, minutes, and seconds. That's a GPS or longitude, latitude format that allows and is used mostly by pilots for the areas in order for them to come to that location if needed.
And did you in fact take those coordinates for this case?
I did.
And where did that coordinate put you in terms of county?
Liberty County.
Now, that information, did you preserve it?
I did.
And when you got to that location, were you alone or with a partner when you first went out?
I was alone at that time because we respond individually. And one of the reasons for is you can't really carpool because you may break off to go to different areas to interview witnesses, or we may get another call. So we always ride individually.
So you have a vehicle that's assigned to you?
I do.
And you arrived in that vehicle?
I did.
Do you know when you arrived, was there anyone else present at the location?
I remember Lieutenant Jenkins, Jennings, I keep butchering her name, and Jack Frost, the investigator. Lieutenant Anthony Brown was in a marked patrol unit, and that was it.
Okay. Was Agent Dickerson there yet?
He was not.
So when you first got there, were you the first GBI agent on the scene?
That's correct.
Okay. And can you tell us, do you recall approximately what time you arrived at the location?
8 p.m.
Okay. And this was on what day?
December the 2nd, and that would have been a Friday night.
Okay. So Friday night, December the 2nd of 2020, what year?
Two.
And when you got there at 8 p.m., what was the lighting conditions at the time?
It was very dark. That time of year, it gets dark early, so it had been dark for a while. Very humid conditions. It rained a few days prior.
Were you familiar with the precipitation yourself?
Yes.
And when you arrived there, you indicated that there were some other law enforcement officers there already, correct?
That's correct.
Can you tell us, was there in fact a quote crime scene already established when you arrived there?
Yes, there was. At the gateway, there was yellow crime scene tape across the gate, as well as a marked patrol car with blue lights going at the time. One of the reasons for the blue lights was the purpose of us being able to find the crime scene.
Do you know if there was somebody that was there logging or recording data?
That would have been Lieutenant Anthony Brown.
And what was he recording?
Just people who had entered the crime scene prior to my arrival.
Why do you have a crime scene log?
For the purposes of knowing who arrives there and entry in and out of the scene for contamination.
And when you say for contamination, what do you mean by that?
Just to make sure of who actually enters the scene. If somebody moves something or touches something, we would have documentation of it.
If there were potentially some DNA left behind, would that enable you to do anything with that information?
That's correct. We could log, and if it happened to be one of the persons on the log, we'd be able to eliminate them.
Okay. Did you ultimately have occasion to see Agent Dickerson?
I did.
Can you tell us when he arrived and what happened when he got there?
He was there quite a while later because he had a further drive. But I had been communicating with him and with my supervisors from the initial beginning. We knew that the scene was secure, the information was there, and he was getting the necessary equipment. We're prepared to be there for quite a while.
When you first arrived at the scene, did you see any portion of her remains?
I did.
What did you see?
Her torso, and she had been decapitated, and her legs were missing.
And at that time, were you able to see her arms?
I was.
Okay. I'm not going to show any of those photographs again. Can you tell us when you first observed her, how far off the roadway she was?
Just right in the ditch, probably in defining the roadway, because there's not like lines, it's a dirt hunting club lane. So the area that you could tell just a few feet over into the ditch.
Okay. Was there anything in the ditch other than her remains?
And there was not.
Okay. And what about the precipitation? Could you tell anything about the water conditions?
Yeah, this particular area is coastal, so the water in the ditch is more of a muddy marsh style, like marsh mud. So she was in that area.
Okay. And at the time that you made that observation, did you have occasion to see Agent Dickerson ultimately arrive?
I did.
Did he assist in getting her remains out of that ditch?
He did.
And could you tell how far into the ditch he had to go to assist in getting her out?
Yes, he actually had to wade down in the Tyvek suit. I helped him clear some of the brush that was in the area that would allow him to move her up from that point, and I helped him move Mindy's body up.
Okay. Now, you called her Mindy. At the time, did you know who she was?
I did not.
Okay. Were you able to tell her gender from her condition?
I could.
Okay. And was she clothed at that time or not?
She was not.
Did she have any jewelry on?
She did not.
And at that time, did you see any marks on her body that you believed would be indicators to assist with identification?
I did not.
Did you make attempts to roll her over to see if there were any additional marks?
Agent Dickerson did, and I took the photograph. So that allowed him to be able to manipulate and move to the point where, and I took his camera and photographed for him because he was in the mud.
Okay. Were there any marks, scars, tattoos, anything like that?
None visible.
Was that concerning to you?
Yes.
Why?
That's one of the identification factors of us being able to find through tattoos other ways of identification. So we had very limited ways of identifying her at that point.
Okay. And with her being decapitated, did that further complicate the situation?
Yes, it did.
Why?
Dental records are very common used for identifying remains.
And at that point, did you have that?
We did not.
Okay. Did you do anything with respect to the coroner's office?
Yes, the coroner had actually arrived, and which is very common for the coroner to arrive before we did. They realize it's a crime scene. He pronounces and he leaves. Later on, we call him and get him back to the scene. So he had already been there prior to my arrival. I talked to him later that night when he arrived to take custody of Mindy.
Okay. And did you facilitate him taking custody of her remains?
I did.
Okay. And you've seen some of the photographs of those portions of the remains that wound up at autopsy. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And were those the manner in which they were sent off to the medical examiner's office for an autopsy?
Yes, ma'am.
How does the autopsy get scheduled?
There's a coordination from that. I would contact what they call our death investigation specialist and provide them with the facts that we knew at the time, a lot of preliminary information. The coroner also calls, and the coroner makes arrangements for transport. In Georgia, the coroner actually has control and custody of the body, but we have custody of the crime scene. So there's a coordination there of the crime scene needs to be complete, and we have to notify him where to give him permission to take the body with him.
Is that why there are seals?
That's correct.
Okay. And did you ensure that those seals were intact?
I did.
And you saw them as they were displayed at the medical examiner's office on the autopsy photographs when they were received?
That's correct. Agent Dickerson, I actually watched him place the seal. So I was able to determine that seal and then review the photographs later of the seal.
And would it be fair to say that you reviewed all of the photographs prior to your testimony today?
Many times.
Okay. And we have not introduced every one of those photographs, correct?
No, ma'am.
Now, did the coroner ultimately make, I believe you said pronounced, is that the word you used?
That's correct.
What does that mean?
This determined that death when he arrives is basically his timeline for saying this is when I pronounce and say that this is deceased. Didn't mean it's when the actual person, when they actually died, but that's when he pronounces an official pronouncement of deceased. That time was 6:40.
Okay. On December 2nd of 2022?
That's correct.
Now, you indicated that's not necessarily an indication of time of death, correct?
That's correct.
Are there times when the coroner can indicate time of death?
That's correct.
How does that occur?
Usually, like, for example, an officer-involved shooting with a body camera and a time where witnesses and video stamps and evidence would have a time, he would be able to determine an actual time.
Okay. And if not, it would simply be when they observed the person no longer living?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, you indicated that ultimately the body was turned over to the coroner. Is that right?
That's correct.
Do you know where she went from there?
To our medical examiner's office.
Okay. And that's when the autopsy was to be performed?
Not specifically that night. It would be scheduled and the doctor would do it later.
Okay. And that ultimately was scheduled?
It was.
Okay. Were there initial steps at the scene to attempt to identify her?
Yes, there was.
What did you do at the scene on December 2nd of 2022 to attempt to identify her?
As I talked about other agencies helping, I contacted the Georgia State Patrol. I knew they had a live scan fingerprint device that would actually do fingerprints at the scene. It's portable. And there was a Georgia State trooper that brought that to the scene for us to attempt to identify her.
And did you in fact try to take her fingerprints?
We did.
And were they successful at taking the prints?
The print, it showed us processing, but it didn't come back with any record. So whether it was the quality of the print, the machine seemed to accept it at that time, but it didn't produce any record. So which would indicate that she'd never been fingerprinted before or arrested.
Is it common for the average citizen not to be fingerprinted?
That's correct.
Okay. When would you expect to find fingerprints?
If there had been a previous arrest
Okay.
or
Go ahead.
other documentation, teachers, law enforcement officers are often fingerprinted, and some of those are on file.
Okay. So there was no match though at that time?
There was no match.
Okay. Now, can you tell us what you did at the scene with respect to trace evidence to ensure the security of trace evidence?
That would have been the crime scene specialist, Agent Dickerson. He would be processing items of evidence and collecting for trace evidence.
Okay. And was there anything placed on her hands?
Yes. There were brown paper bags placed on her hands and sealed around with evidence tape.
On December 2nd of 2022, did you have any idea how the unidentified woman was killed?
I did not.
And at that point, did you know if she had had any contact with potentially an attacker?
I did not.
As a result, how would those bags potentially have helped?
The most probable way is fingernail scrapings. And one of the methods during autopsies is they actually clip the fingernails and preserve them as evidence.
Okay. And ultimately, you indicated that that portion of her remains were taken. Did you follow up to ensure that the crime laboratory received them?
I did.
Were there any requests submitted to the laboratory concerning her remains initially?
Yes. Basically, CODIS, DNA, fingerprinting, and initially, when you say initial, that first night, anything we could do to identify who she was.
Did you receive any assistance from the laboratory, the crime laboratory, in determining exactly what tests to request?
Specifically that night in regard to the torso, no.
Not that evening.
Not that
Okay. During the course of your investigation, did you have conversations with the crime laboratory about what services they could or potentially could not provide?
Yes, initially, a lot of the things that I was discussing was more of the ID. I wanted to know who this was. That was like through dental records, through DNA. I really wanted to push to get that system, to get the DNA. So I would call regularly about that. Eventually, my supervisor was involved. And then once we got to the point that Agent Dickerson had processed the evidence and was ready to submit, he submitted evidence and made certain requests as well. Those requests continue on. So there's not really one specific time that we requested, like we didn't deliver evidence and request everything.
And with respect to identity, why was that so important to you at that stage?
Knowing who it is very important to be able to move the case forward.
And if you didn't know who she was, how would that limit it? Sure. You indicated that it's important to know who it was because it would help move the case forward. How would knowing her identity help move the case forward?
To know the area she lived, where she was from, and it's called victimology, what she did for a living, things of that nature.
Okay. And at that point, you did not know who she was still?
We did not.
Can you tell us, ultimately, did there come a time when you found additional people to speak with at that scene?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us what happened.
As we progressed, one of the hunters from Ed came back the next day and located some remains. So Monday we were scheduled to be there and with a larger search. So I interviewed Mr. Philip McKellar.
Okay. On the very first day of December 2nd of 2022, do you know if interviews were conducted on that day?
There were interviews by the Liberty County Sheriff's Office of the hunters, but no other interviews, no GBI interviews.
Okay. And at the time that you arrived, were they still on scene?
They were not.
Okay. So they had already left by that point.
That's correct.
Were you present while Agent Dickerson processed the crime scene?
I was.
And were you present to observe the recovery of the knife that you've seen admitted? I believe it was as 1.19, I believe, the Milwaukee knife.
I was.
Okay. And did you see where each of these items was recovered?
I did.
And as a result of that, was Agent or Detective Frost tasked with attempting to look into those items?
He was.
And did he in fact do that?
He did.
Did he provide you with the information he had recovered?
He did.
Okay. Now, you indicated that during the initial stages, you didn't speak to anybody then. When did you first speak to somebody?
I actually interviewed one of the hunters on Monday.
Okay.
The following Monday while we were doing the search.
Okay. So on December 3rd, you heard testimony that there was another portion of Mindy's remains recovered. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Were you present on that day?
I was not.
Do you know who else was?
Yes. Well, at that time, Detective Jack Farross, who's also been an investigator for us, he's been identified both ways, but his current title is investigator, but at that time he was a detective.
Okay. And so was he the partner that you were working with on this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And at that point, did he, as you heard him testify, handle the processing of her right leg?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at that point, ultimately, did that portion of her remains go to the crime laboratory as well?
It did.
Okay. And you indicated then that on Monday, would that have been December 5th of 2022?
That's correct.
You spoke with Mr. McCallum.
That's correct.
Okay. Tell the jury, when you spoke with Mr. McCallum, what was it your intention to do at that time?
Basically, he was there to tell the story of how they had found and located the initial remains in the second day.
Okay. Did you know at that point whether the torso and the two legs that you recovered belonged to the same person?
I did, as far as medically or officially, I didn't, but yes, I did. I came to a conclusion based on it.
So it appeared that those, for lack of a more appropriate way to say it, that those remains matched each other physically?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at that point, how did that information assist in your investigation?
We knew we had another portion, so we had to continue to look for the other portions.
What did you do to facilitate that?
Over that weekend, we coordinated a search with the Georgia Department of Natural Resources. They had a K-9 unit, as well as the South Carolina K-9 search team that you heard from earlier. They were specifically with cadaver dogs. They had great success around the country pretty much. And we coordinated with them to come assist us with the search, as well as requested the Georgia State Patrol once again for the aviation unit.
And why did you seek out the assistance of the aviation unit?
The aviation unit, you've heard the dimension of drones, which are great, but there was so much territory to cover. This is a very large property. We've mentioned one hunting club, but there are actually several hunting clubs that are on that adjoining property. It actually, from that property, gets very close and goes into a military bombing range, which goes on even further. So when we say thousands of acres, you've heard 15,000, 25,000. The exact acreage is even more than that if you consider wooded area. It's not owned by the same person, a huge part of the property. If you look from a higher viewpoint, you can tell the property in the hunting club area. A satellite image would be the best view of the entire property.
And when you say the entire property, are you referring to just the Portal Hunting Club or that entire area?
The entire area that we would be searching at the time.
Just so we're clear, how large was the area in which her remains were ultimately recovered?
Several miles apart.
Okay. So was that in can you tell us approximately how many mile radius?
It was within a 3-mile radius.
Okay. And so they were not necessarily side by side?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And you indicated that there was aerial attempts. Can you tell the jury the difference between drones versus helicopters?
Yes, ma'am. Drones are limited to 400 feet. They're an awesome tool that but as a result, when you have a huge area like this, or an area that needs searching, where we were continuously searching for other body parts or other evidence, it's very limited. It's a 30-minute battery life to the most an hour battery life. So the helicopter would allow us to get higher and take a picture, a better overall picture than a drone.
At this time, I'd like to show the witness 1.104A through D. Thank you, counsel. Yes. I'm going to ask that for the rest of his examination. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you recognize those to be?
Those are screenshots of satellite images.
And who created those screenshots?
I did.
And where did you take those screenshots from?
Google Earth.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate representation of the area that you had searched in connection with this case from December 2nd through December 7th of 2022?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
At this time, Your Honor, I would ask also, are there waypoints that are placed on there?
Yes, ma'am.
Who placed those waypoints?
I did.
And how did you place those waypoints?
Basically, with the coordinates that I've obtained, I drew and placed them on basically a PowerPoint slide to show those locations in reference to each other.
Did each of those have a longitude and latitude GPS?
Those coordinates are listed in the photograph as Google Earth shows coordinates on longitude and latitude, but the actual dot was from coordinates that we had taken at the scene of each location.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd seek to tender 104A through D.
Any objection? No objection. They're admitted, those are 4 photographs.
Thank you. I'm now showing you (1.104) B. Plugged in. I may have to unplug it. Is it? Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Would it be fair to say that this photograph displays the area that you were searching?
That's is basically timberland and the property.
And those little blue dots, what are they?
Those were where we located Mindy.
Did it also include any of the other items located in connection with this case?
Yes, over in the left side it says Sterilite tote location, and then Sterilite tote lid.
Would that be over here?
Yes, it's very blurry on my screen. I don't know for the jury.
I'm going to just walk it over and make that easier. Were each of those waypoints placed on that map concerning? Now, would it be fair to say that these other images zoom in closer?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to now show you 1.104, rather 1.104A. Is that depicted here as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And then again, going even closer still, would that be here?
Yes, ma'am. That's better.
There you go. And was that able to show relatively where each of these items were found in relationship to each other?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, do you see these marks here, these white-ish lines? What are those?
Those are the hunting club roads.
And so would it be fair to say that those roads intersect and cross over each other?
They do.
Are you able to travel within the hunting club area to some of these various locations?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you required to go past the water pumping station in order to gain access to each of these?
Yes, ma'am.
And where would you have come in to see the water pumping station? Do you know on this?
The water pumping station would be in relation to probably closer to the top, say at 12 o'clock of the photograph, closer to the top underneath the torso road.
So I'm now putting up 1.1.
Yes, ma'am.
And is that where you're referring to up there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Now, those photographs were taken in an effort to facilitate showing the relationships to each other?
That's correct.
Okay, and those coordinates were taken by whom?
By either the crime scene specialist, Special Agent Dickerson, Detective Jack Frost, and myself.
Can you tell the jury how much terrain was actually covered ultimately by these search teams?
If you include the Georgia State Patrol Aviation, thousands of acres.
Okay. And ultimately, was that terrain all similar throughout the area?
It was.
Dogs?
Yes, there were other personnel that was with them that were actually searching in the area. When we say the property and we talk about that property, there were still actively other things going on that I could see. In the helicopter, you could see timber being harvested in the distance. At one point, you could see the military bombing ranges we got closer over. There was different things that we could see and activity going on. So the area, certain around the scene, you would have our concentration of law enforcement people, but you also had areas outside that there was still activity going on.
Now, you've heard testimony concerning Mindy's left leg being recovered, correct?
That's correct.
And at that time, there were insect activity that was collected, correct?
That's correct.
Did you ultimately receive the report back from Dr. Mondor concerning his minimum postmortem interval, estimating when her remains were exposed?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
How did that assist you?
It may help narrow down the time frame or the window of what he called the colonization, or essentially when she was placed there.
And without forgetting, did all of those pieces ultimately go to the crime laboratory for the autopsy?
They did.
And did you ensure that the seals were properly placed?
I viewed a photograph. I didn't attend the autopsy because we were actually still working the case and doing other things. And the crime scene specialist and Detective Jack Frost attended the autopsy. At that point, the medical examiner's office released photographs to me, and upon viewing those photographs, I can attest that those seals were in place.
Did you ultimately see the photographs that were displayed here concerning the forensic sketch?
I did.
Can you tell the jury when those photographs first came in, what did you yourself do as the lead investigator with respect to the forensic photographs?
The forensic photographs, they were published through our website, and in addition to Find Leads, as well as the National Association of Missing and Unidentified Persons System. They were entered and placed on it in an attempt to identify Mindy. They were not.
Did you run down any leads independent of Mindy Mebane Kassotis?
We got numerous leads and phone calls. We were called from other law enforcement agencies. That night, I had reached out to look for other missing persons in that area, and we had no missing person reports. One of the closest reports was Richmond Hill in Bryan County, and which did not fit the description at that time. And as well as once we started receiving these leads, some of the leads were very obvious. They had whereas African American, others had tattoos, arrest records. Some that became closer, we would ask that they have dental records or DNA available. Some had been missing 20 years. So we had calls from all over that were identified from there and going through these leads.
Do you have any idea how many leads you ran down?
Over 50.
Okay. Different individuals that it could have been?
That's correct.
Okay. And you indicated at some point referencing dental remains or dental records. Was Mindy's head ultimately located?
It was.
And when that was found, did you receive any information from the medical examiner concerning her dental records?
Yes, the x-rays showed that she had a dental implant.
And where was that located, if you recall?
On the right upper.
Okay. And when you say a dental implant, are you talking about basically like a crown?
Yes.
Okay. And as a result, did you attempt to try and use that to assist you in any way?
Yes, we had people basically that called in saying that they were sterilized as a forensic orthodontist. That actually helps with identifying if you have existing records. But we determined that that implant could not be, or crown could not be located to a specific area or a specific identity. It did not have a serial number on it.
Was that another dead end?
It was.
And when that occurred, did that further prevent you from being able to identify her at that stage?
Yes, ma'am.
So at that point, what were you waiting on for more identification?
Just more information to continue to go. We're waiting for DNA. We're waiting for other things to continue to develop leads to get us.
Okay. So at that point, while you were running down all the leads, did you have her DNA back yet?
Her initial DNA, yes.
Okay. And had that been processed at that point, you still had no idea who it was?
That's correct.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you, I'd like to mark these, or they've already been marked as 1.114, 115, and 116. Do you recognize what's in these photographs?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
What do you recognize those to be?
This is a PowerPoint presentation I took photographs of Mindy that had been provided by her mother, Miss Betsy Mebane, alongside of the sketches that had been produced by our forensic artist. A couple of different sketches, and the last sketch was basically Mindy by herself with that sketch.
At this time, I'd seek to tender 1.114, 115, and 116.
Any objection?
No objection.
They're admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor? Was that the first photograph or forensic image that was generated by the artist?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
I'm now showing you, that was 114, I'm now showing you 115. Was this the second photograph that was generated?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm now showing you 116. Is that ultimately a picture of Mindy Mebane next to the second drawing?
Yes, ma'am.
That's what you published to the public in order to attempt to try and get any leads?
Yes, ma'am. Let me say I basically was the agency.
Now, when you ultimately got the information concerning the post-mortem, minimum post-mortem interval, did that do anything with respect that range that Dr. Monder gave you? Did that do anything with respect to your investigation?
It did.
Can you tell the jury what?
It basically narrowed down the date and timeline for us to be able to compare and look at data. One of the biggest things is the DVR that had been taken into custody from the water pumping station. It had thousands of few-second clips that were together. I was able to call our cyber unit and basically have.
And would that be one of those resources within the GBI that assists you with some of the other technology?
Very much so.
Okay. And the cyber, did you call it cyber technology unit? I don't know what it's called.
That's essentially what I call it. The cyber crimes is G23 or something.
Okay. And did they ultimately process that DVR for you?
They did.
Did they provide you with any still photographs for a time period in connection with this case?
They did.
Now, ultimately, and I'm going a little out of sequence here, did you determine who the unidentified female in the woods was by DNA?
We did.
And who was that?
Mindy Mebane Kassotis.
Did you determine who her husband was at that time?
Yes, we did.
As a result of that, did you make efforts to identify whether or not he might have been in some way involved in this case?
We did.
And I'm going to now show you what has previously been admitted as 1.19 business record. Familiar with these records?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
And in these records, were you able to determine the vehicle identification number of the vehicle registered to Mr. Kassotis?
Yes, ma'am.
And what state was that vehicle registered in?
Georgia.
Did it have a Georgia tag on the back of it?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have the ability to get his Georgia driver's license as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And we've seen that Georgia driver's license. I'm publishing this, counsel. This is the photograph. That photograph of Nicholas Kassotis, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that vehicle was purchased by him, is that right?
That's correct.
And that purchase and sales contract reflected the vehicle identification number?
That's correct.
Did it also indicate to you the color, make, and model?
Yes, ma'am.
And when it indicated the color, make, and model, did that do anything with respect to your reviewing of the footage from the Riceboro pumping station?
It did.
Why was that important to you?
It was able to narrow down a time frame of when a similar vehicle had passed that particular water pumping station or security camera.
Okay, I'm now going to show the witness 1.21, 22, 23, and 24. did it have a timestamp on there as to when that vehicle was in the vicinity of that area?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm now going to show that on the screen, if I may. What timestamp was that initially observed?
11/16/21, on November the 29th of 2022.
To be fair, in all of that hunting territory, are there other cameras on the roadway other than the one that we see here?
On the roadway, there's another at the end of the roadway, but that's it.
Okay.
We gathered it as well, but was unable to recover anything.
So you looked.
Yes,
And that camera captured that vehicle, is that correct?
the water pumping station camera.
Thank you for clarifying. So the vehicle that we observe here on this camera, do you have any idea where on the roadways exactly it traveled after it goes out of this vision?
It goes out of frame for approximately 40 minutes and then returns back in front, going back in the opposite direction.
Okay. Are there any cameras inside of the hunting territory on the roadways in the hunting territory?
They're not.
Okay. And I'm now showing you 1.22. Does that show it further into the frame?
Yes, ma'am.
Would it be fair to say that's a couple seconds later?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you indicated it passed back sometime 40 minutes later. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm now showing 1.23. Is that the one that we're referring to?
Yes, ma'am.
And what time is that scene?
It's at 12 and with 13 seconds.
Okay. And did that appear to you to be the same vehicle?
Yes, ma'am, it did.
Now showing you 1.24.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
That's correct.
Do you have the actual videos that we talked about with Mr. Glover?
Yes, ma'am. They were preserved on a DVR.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, I'm going to seek to publish 1.25, the two clips. I may have just a moment. We can turn that on, thank you. Oh, I have to turn this off first. Is this the portion of the video clip that we attempted to watch with Mr. Glover?
Yes, ma'am.
Let's hope it works now. What did you observe there?
A log truck or a timber truck.
Did you see that same vehicle that we captured the screenshots from?
Yes, ma'am.
Would it be fair to say that this was the actual segment of the original video?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And was there a second segment that captures it going back the other direction?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm now going to seek to play that second exhibit now, Your Honor. Thank you. Was that the portion that you observed?
Yes, ma'am.
And now stopping at 12 and 22 seconds. Thank you. Now, you took screenshots. We saw them here. Is that right?
Hundreds of screenshots.
Did you try to figure out who was behind the driver's seat?
Yes, ma'am.
Zoom in?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ask cybersecurity to do everything they could to try and enhance or blow that up?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
What happened when you tried to blow it up or zoom in?
It was distorted, but I was able to discern some information from it.
Okay. What did you observe?
I observed a white male in the vehicle, but I couldn't identify the white male.
As a result of that, was that enough for you to take warrants at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You took warrants on that day, or do you know when?
No, it was an addition.
Okay. So let's go through the rest of that.
Yes.
Ultimately, when you determined that that vehicle was present at the location, did you secure any of the phone records in connection with this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And we heard some testimony from Agent Bernie of the FBI. Is that correct?
The phone records actually came later. I took the warrants before the phone records returned.
Okay. So if we can, let's go back just then a little bit. You indicated that ultimately you developed the leads through the forensic sketches,
That's
correct?
And DNA. Yes.
And DNA. Tell us how it came to be that you found out about the DNA.
The DNA was a lead provided to us by the gene that you had heard, which we identified Miss Betsy Mevin, the mother, and were able to go and get her DNA to compare.
And ultimately, did you get a result from the identification of Mrs. Betsy Mevin and your unidentified female?
We did. The report was actually issued on May the 10th, but I was not notified until May the 11th of 2023.
And at that time, once you identified, did that further enhance your position of taking warrants?
Yes, ma'am, but I'd already taken the warrants at that point too.
Okay. What other information at that point had you received concerning Mr. Kassotis in connection with this case?
And you mean at the time of arrest warrants?
Yes, sir.
At the time of arrest warrants, I received information through the interviews with Mindy's mother and father, as well as information from our intelligence unit and the FBI intelligence unit and the Pennsylvania State Police of name changes, tag changes, in addition to other information such as car wash records and things like that had led me to believe there was probable cause to apply for a warrant.
Okay. And at that time, did you also have Home Depot?
I did.
You had the records from Home Depot through Detective Frost?
Yes, ma'am.
And if I can, just one moment. You saw business records concerning the receipt from November 29th of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that from what location?
Home Depot on Big Tree Drive in Savannah.
Okay. And you also saw a photograph, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now I'm going to ask, Your Honor, that we display the image of just the receipt for the moment. This is on 1.101. It's in evidence as the business business records. Is that the receipt that you observed?
Yes, ma'am.
Did it have a date and time?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
And what date was that?
11/29/2022 at 8:56:33 a.m.
And did it indicate the location of that store?
Store number 170 at 1901 East Victory Drive in Savannah.
And did it indicate what was purchased?
It says MKE smooth blade insulation knife.
And did it indicate who the customer was that purchased that knife?
Nicholas Kassotis.
Thank you. I'm now asking to display this record from the business records from Home Depot. Can you tell us what is depicted underneath his left armpit?
It appears to be a red knife similar to the one found at the scene, matching the receipt to be an MKE installation knife from Milwaukee installation knife.
And behind you, Agent Sands, is the knife that was introduced into evidence. Can you please grab that? Can you take those out for us, please? What exhibit number is that? Just so I can remember.
State's Exhibit 1.13.
Thank you. Can you show that to the jury, please? Inside of the sheet, please. Yes. And that black sheath, what did you think was underneath, from your observations, the arm of Mr. Kassotis in that? Based on that receipt that we just observed, you can sit down. Thank you.
Okay.
What type of knife is the one that's in your hand?
It has Milwaukee on the label, so a Milwaukee installation knife.
Thank you. Now, concerning November 28th of 2022, did you determine whether or not Mr. Kassotis made any other purchases of knives?
Yes, ma'am.
What knives did he purchase?
Hunting kit from Bass Pro Shops.
Okay. And was that the information that we saw Ms. Satcher from the crime laboratory talk about?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what date was that purchased?
On the 28th, which would have been the day before.
Of 2022?
That's correct. Yes, the vehicle records and the phone records actually show the area in the same way.
Okay. And did you rely upon that information when securing your warrants?
I had already secured the warrants when I received that information.
Okay. So that was additional information you discovered?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And ultimately, just so we're clear, during the course of Mrs. Kassotis or Mindy's autopsy, did they determine an approximate height and weight for her?
Yes, ma'am.
And as a result, I apologize, can you tell us approximately how tall she was?
5'9"
And approximately how much did she weigh?
Between 185 and 200 pounds.
And would it be fair to say that during the course of the autopsy, they weigh the different portions of the remains?
That's correct.
Is that all documented on the autopsy report?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so would it be fair to say that you knew exactly how much each of those portions of her remains weighed?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you indicated that you secured a DNA sample from Mrs. Betsy Medin. Is that correct?
That's correct.
At the time you spoke with her, did she indicate to you if she had any other daughters other than just Mindy?
She did not.
Now, when you spoke with Mrs. Mebane and Mr. Frank Mebane, her parents. When did you first speak with them?
The first time would have been May the 2nd, and then Mr. Frank was a few days later.
Okay. Where did you speak with her?
At her office at a law firm in Savannah.
Okay. And when you went to speak with her, can you tell the jury, was that difficult to accomplish?
Yes, ma'am. We'd initially received information that the FBI had reached out and tried to attempt to locate her in Hilton Head, as well as made phone calls. So we actually traveled to Savannah to the law firm, spoke with the receptionist, and the receptionist had called upstairs to where she was working. And the receptionist, we waited and waited, and then a few minutes later, the receptionist said, "Oh, there she is there," and we called her as she's leaving.
Okay. And when she called her as she was leaving, did you have a chance to speak with her?
We did.
Did you have any difficulty with that initial conversation?
Yes, ma'am. We had to verify who we were. She really didn't understand exactly who we were at that time.
And can you tell the jury, at that time, did you know what Mrs. Mebane thought was the condition of her daughter?
After the interview, I did, but prior to that, no.
Okay. Was she aware that her daughter was deceased?
Yes, she was.
Did she indicate, without telling us exactly what was said, if she knew when she had passed?
She did.
Okay. And who had provided her with that information?
Nicholas Kassotis.
Okay. And did she, at that time, when you spoke with her, you said it was May, what date?
Would have been May the 2nd.
Okay.
Of 2023.
Thank you. When you spoke with her on May the 2nd of 2023, did she indicate to you the status of what she believed was his condition at that time?
She believed he was deceased.
And did she provide you with any of the emails that you saw here in the court concerning his death?
She did.
At that time, did you advise her his living conditions?
Yes, ma'am.
Was she surprised?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, why was it important to you to know when Mr. and Mrs. Mebane believed that Mindy had passed?
To determine when it had happened.
Okay. And so you've heard testimony here in the courtroom that they believed she had died on December 1st of 2022. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And at that point, based on the entomologist, what steps in your investigation did you believe had already occurred?
At that point, as far as our investigation goes, is we were in the process of searching for him.
Okay. For who is him?
Mr. Kassotis.
Okay. And did her parents' information assist you in limiting the timeline as to her death as well?
It did.
Okay. And had Mr. Frank advised you of when the last time he had seen her?
Yes, ma'am.
And had Mrs. Mebane also advised you as to when she had last seen her daughter?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you at that time have any reason to believe that anyone other than Mr. Kassotis had been with Mrs. Mindy?
I did not.
As far as you knew, was there anyone else with opportunity with access to her at that time?
Not according to the defendant.
Okay. And specifically, were you able to determine a time frame with respect to when you believed that she had passed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you know for sure exactly where in your investigation or when she died?
I did not.
Okay. When you were investigating this case, did you attempt to limit that as much as possible?
Yes, ma'am.
And as a result, where did you take the warrants?
Liberty County.
Why did you take the warrants in Liberty County?
At that part and that determination through consultation with the district attorney's office, as well as my past experience with other cases, venue resided where the body was at the time when you can't determine an exact location of death.
So as you sit here, did you have lots of speculation as to what you thought might have happened without telling us what it was?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But ultimately, without a definitive answer, where did you rely on for that?
And where the torso was located in Liberty County.
Okay. Was other portions of her remains in different counties?
Yes, ma'am.
What county?
McIntosh County.
Okay. And at that point, why did you determine Liberty as opposed to McIntosh?
They're in the same judicial circuit, and her torso, which was the initial discovery, was in Liberty County.
Now, did you confirm with Mr. and Mrs. Mebane their whereabouts at the time leading up to December 2nd of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
And where did you believe they were at the time?
At one point, Mr. Mebane was in surgery. Prior to that, they were in Hilton Head.
And do you know where in Hilton Head they were, with whom?
They had a condo, which we had the address of, which the initial address that was provided of us. And then at that point is when they returned back for Mr. Mebane to have surgery.
And did you confirm that information?
Yes, ma'am.
Would it be fair to say that they had to be ruled out as suspects as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you in fact do that by corroborating that information?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know if Mrs. Mebane had been working that week of after Thanksgiving?
No, ma'am, not until I heard her testimony.
Okay. So ultimately, when they came back, meaning Mr. and Mrs. Mebane, did they return to the dwelling as far as you knew?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you spoke with them, is that when you learned of the location where they were residing?
Yes, ma'am.
As a result of that, what did you do?
We had went to that location. Actually, the team of agents prior to me arriving had went to the location and interviewed the Airbnb, Ms. Hanson that you heard from, and began processing that particular residence.
Okay. And when you processed that residence at that time, was that attempting to determine what, if anything, may have happened there?
That's correct.
Okay. When you ultimately had an opportunity to speak with Mr. Kassotis himself, we watched those in court, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Are those the entire interviews in their entirety?
Yes, ma'am, they are.
Okay. Did Mr. Kassotis also indicate that Mindy's parents had gone to Hilton Head and were away for that time period?
He did.
So that was in his own words?
Yes, ma'am.
Once you went withdrawn, once you were able to get Dr. Monder's report and speak with Mrs. and Mr. Mebane, Mindy's parents, did you go back and reevaluate all the leads you had in this case?
Yes, ma'am. We looked over all of it.
Okay. And initially, you heard Detective Frost testify that he had determined that Mr. Kassotis had purchased the knife as early as December 7th of 2022. You knew that in your investigation. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Why was that not important to you initially?
Initially, he had contacted, and Detective Frost had ran that information out and had contacted Mindy's brother. And at that time, he felt like it wasn't necessary.
Okay. And ultimately, did you know that it was Mindy Kassotis back on December 7th of 2022?
We did not.
Okay. Now, you've heard testimony concerning the Airbnb, is that correct?
That's correct.
And during the course of that testimony, did you have occasion to take side-by-side photographs of the rug from the consent search at that dwelling and the Airbnb location profile pictures?
Profile pictures from the internet. Yes, ma'am.
At this time, I'd like to show counsel 1.109. Did you make a demonstrative aid for this jury of these two rugs side by side?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And I'd like to show that to the witness.
Yes, ma'am. This actually has my name and case number and GBI presentation on the bottom. It was initially prepared to present the case to the district attorney's office, but it's also here. It'll be 1.109.
Thank you. Is that in the same or substantially the same condition as when you made it?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that the photographs that we just described?
Yes, ma'am.
This time I'd like to tender 1.109.
Any objection?
No objection as a demonstrative.
All right, it's submitted for demonstrative purposes only.
May I publish it?
You may.
Are those the photographs of those two rugs side by side?
Yes, ma'am.
What color backdrop do each of those rugs have?
Uh,
Like the primary portion of the rug, what color is it?
It's a mixed color.
Okay. Is there a cream portion to this rug as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, is that present in both of those rugs?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna bring it up to the jury as well, Your Honor. Did you believe that they looked, well, did she, meaning Mrs. Hanson, recognize the difference between these rugs?
She did.
And Mr. Kassotis advised during his interview that he replaced the rug, didn't he?
He did.
Did he say why?
He said that Rusty had gotten sick on the road.
So he replaced it because Rusty got sick on the rug on the right side, correct?
That's correct.
Now, in connection with this case, did you have an opportunity to determine if Mr. Kassotis did anything after December 1st of 2022 when his wife had passed?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell us, well, before I go on to that, can you just tell me, we talked about some Airbnb records, is that right?
Yeah.
And
Yes,
we received those, and I say we, law enforcement received those, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you review those records for Airbnb?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you determine who had rented the location at 311 East 65th Street in Savannah?
Yes, ma'am. Nicholas Kassotis,
Not Jim McIntyre?
not Jim McIntyre.
Not Apis Security?
No, ma'am.
Nicholas Kassotis?
That's correct.
Under his actual name?
That's correct.
And that's in the period of when?
There's a range of times, a range of bank records that indicate that.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that the Airbnb was rented approximately May of 2022?
That's correct. May to June in that area.
Okay. And that was under his real name of Nick Kassotis at the time? Thank you, Your Honor. Were there any payments made by Jim McIntyre on any of the bank records?
No, ma'am.
Any of the Airbnb records?
No, ma'am.
Any Apis Security on any of the bank records?
No, ma'am.
Any of the Airbnb records?
No, ma'am.
Any of the Home Depot records?
No, ma'am.
Now, you indicated that you also got those bank records. Is that right?
That's correct.
Did you go through them individually?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you attempt to determine what transactions would be demonstrated on those bank records?
Yes, ma'am.
In conjunction with that, was there a report made of an Excel spreadsheet?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the jury what that was?
It was basically records that were created from the bank records that make them easier or simpler to look over. Our intelligence analysts assisted with that preparation.
And did you have an opportunity to review those records, meaning the Excel spreadsheet?
I did.
Did you compare it to the original bank records?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And would it be fair to say that that would assist this jury perhaps in reviewing the evidence in connection with this case?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, Your Honor, I would like to, let me just be clear. You saw it before you testified here today?
I've seen it many times.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, I would seek to introduce 1.101 under the folder certified business records, the transaction card for debit card transactions 2022 and 2023 for demonstrative purposes.
No objection for demonstrative purposes.
All right, and they're so admitted.
Thank you.
Excuse me, can I get that exhibit number?
It's on the USB 1.101 in the folder certified business records.
Thank you.
If we can turn that on. Now, is the account number listed in one of these columns?
Yes, ma'am.
And does it list the amount and the purchases?
Yes, ma'am, along with a date.
Okay, just for the purposes of this exhibit, does this exhibit indicate where the purchases start back on October 1st of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
And where are those purchases primarily made?
Uber Eats, Savannah, Georgia, Publix, Savannah, Georgia, Taco Bell, Savannah, Georgia, PetSmart, Savannah, Georgia, and Firehouse Sub, Savannah, Georgia.
Would it be fair to say that all of those purchases are within what area?
Savannah, Georgia.
And if you continued through this exhibit, all the way down, I'm scrolling through until November 4th. Is there a transaction on November 4th of 2024? Or rather 2022, excuse me.
Yes, ma'am.
What was that purchase at what location?
The Home Depot, Savannah, Georgia.
Did that coincide with the reports you received back from Home Depot about a purchase?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was purchased on that date?
And that would have been the shovel purchase.
If I scroll down now, are those purchases still within the Savannah area?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you get down to November 28th of 2022, was there a purchase made on that date?
This is Bass Pro Store, Savannah, Georgia.
And on the 29th, does it show a transaction?
It's Marathon Petro 24, Midway, Georgia.
Okay. Now showing you what I'd like to mark as 1.117. I'm showing it to council. Do you recognize what's depicted here?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
That's a photograph, basically with the transaction listed at the bottom, and the store, the Marathon store, located in Midway, Georgia, which is here in Liberty County.
And where is Midway in reference to, well, relationship to Riceboro?
It's north of Riceboro.
Would that be in between Riceboro and Savannah?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And was there a transaction made at that Marathon gas station?
Yes, ma'am.
At what time?
The timestamp,
Or date, just a date.
the date's the 29th,
Okay.
but I don't recall the specific time.
Okay. And that physical location was on November 29th of 2022 at that gas station?
That's correct.
Does that show up in the bank records?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, Your Honor, I would seek to tender that exhibit.
Any objection? That's a demonstrative, correct? I have no objection as a demonstrative. Your Honor.
I have no objection to it being demonstrative. May I publish?
Admitted that limitation. You may proceed.
Now this bottom portion here, the clip, the white section, what is that?
That's the screenshot of the bank record
And the photograph on the left and the right side up top, what is that?
of the store itself.
And do you know whether or not this card associated with this account was utilized at this store?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know that?
It came back in the records, bank records for Nick Kassotis.
And those bank records that are displayed here on the bottom, those belong to Mr. Kassotis?
That's correct.
Now, I'd like to scroll down to December 1st of 2022. If you can tell us if there was anything that was interesting in your investigation concerning the activities of the card after December 1st of 2022.
Yes, ma'am. There was a tidal wave, Savannah, Georgia car wash.
What date was that?
December 1st, 2022.
And does it indicate when that posted to the account?
Yes, ma'am. It posted the following day on December 2nd.
And prior to your testimony here today, did you have an opportunity to get a clip from the bank records for that date and transaction?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm showing the witness, if I may, 1.110. Did you also have occasion to try to track the vehicle itself on December 1st and 2nd of 2022?
Yes, ma'am. With the assistance of our intelligence analysts, we were able to track the vehicle for a specific and got a photograph of it that day.
How do you know it's the same vehicle?
Based on the tag number and the vehicle registration prepared by our intelligence analyst.
And you saw the records for that vehicle here in court, is that correct?
That's correct.
And was that the license plate associated with that vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
That being the 2022 green Ford Explorer?
That's correct.
And were you able to make any observations with respect to that photograph that was important to your investigation?
Yes, ma'am. The vehicle had appeared to have been recently washed.
Is that a photograph of the material that you received?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you received concerning that vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that a portion of the Renaissance Bank records already in evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, I would seek to tender that exhibit as a demonstrative aid.
No objection as a demonstrative.
All right, it's admitted for that purpose.
Was there anything interesting about the tires on this car?
Yes, ma'am. It appeared the vehicle had recently been washed.
Could you tell what was the weather conditions like leading up to December 1st and 2nd of 2022?
It had rained.
How were the roads out in the Portal Hunting Club on those dates?
Portions of them had began to dry, but there were portions that were very wet.
Is there any mud on these tires?
No, ma'am.
And that car had recently been through the tidal wave car wash, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
After December 1st and 2nd of 2022, can you tell if there was a change in the transaction record for the Renaissance Bank account records attributed to Mr. Kassotis?
Yes, ma'am.
What was that?
We see on the 7th of Cottonwood, Alabama, then Jacksonville, Florida on the 6th, Orange, Florida on the 7th, Tennessee on the 8th, Illinois on the 8th again, St. Louis, Missouri on December 9th, Jacksonville, Florida on December the 7th, and Prattville, Alabama is back to St. Louis, Missouri on the 10th. Target in Brentwood, Missouri on, make sure I get the green light, on the 12th. Chesterfield, Missouri, the 13th. And then in Greenville, Indiana on the 15th.
How far are those locations from Savannah, Georgia?
Quite a ways.
Are they close to each other?
No, ma'am.
To your knowledge, based on the records, were there any transactions for anywhere outside of Georgia from October 1st of 2022 through till December of 2022?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. You can turn it off. Your Honor, for the purposes of this portion of my presentation, I've printed out 1.101, the Renaissance Bank records for the account ending in 141. I'm showing them to counsel. I've marked them as 1.101 Renaissance. May I approach the witness?
You may.
May you, Madam Clerk? This is in evidence. I'm publishing the first page of this document. Can you tell us whose account this was?
Nicholas Kassotis.
And if I scroll down on that first page, One moment. Does it indicate that that account was opened? Date opened?
Yes, ma'am, 5/27 of 22.
So on May 27th of 2022, this account was opened in what name?
Nicholas Kassotis.
Not Nicholas Stark,
That's correct.
Nicholas Kassotis. And the clips that we've shown in those demonstrative aids that you just I just showed to the jury, are they from these records?
Yes, ma'am.
And will these records, they're already in evidence, correct?
That's correct.
You can turn that off, thank you. Now, after December 1st of 2022, did you determine if Mr. Kassotis made any efforts to secure additional driver's licenses?
Yes, ma'am.
And did he?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, I'm showing council 1.105. 1.106, 1.107, 1.108. I'm also showing him 1.111 and 1.112. I'm going to start with 1.105, 1.107, and 1.108. Can you tell us what these three records are?
So 1.105 is Georgia Driver Services driver's license, Nicholas James Kassotis. Or Kassotis.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to tender those three exhibits. They're all certified copies, and counsel has been provided.
The three are which numbers?
1.105, 1.107, and 1.106?
Eight.
Eight. Thank you.
5, 7, and 8. No
Yes.
objection.
They're admitted.
Can you tell us what was the driver's license for Georgia in that case?
The Georgia driver's license was issued for Nicholas James Kassotis, issued on July the 26th of 2022.
And that was July 26th of 2022 under the name Kassotis.
That's correct.
Were you able to determine a driving record after December 1st of well, let me back up. After May of 2022, or 2023 rather, my apologies.
Yes, there's a state of Delaware dated July the 24th of 25.
Okay, so I'm going to slow down. Let me make my question more clear. So with Georgia, that record initially indicates that it was issued what date?
The issue date is July the 26th of 2022.
Was there ever a different name on his Georgia driver's license than Mr. Kassotis from the records from the Georgia Department of Driver Services?
No, ma'am.
There was no driver's license with a different name?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Now you heard testimony from Miss Samantha Kolyesnik, correct?
That's correct.
And she indicated that Mr. Kassotis provided her with a driver's license. Is that right?
That's correct.
And I'm showing counsel 1.111. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Where did you receive that driver's license from, or the photograph?
From Ms. Kolsnick.
Okay. And was there anything on there that was important to your investigation?
Yes, ma'am. Basically looking at the last name, that's not consistent with the Georgia driver's license information that I had been provided. And you can see a faint in the background, the faint area that can tell its license appears to be altered.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of the paperwork that Ms. Koliesnik gave you?
That's correct.
And did you put any markings on that?
There's an arrow pointing to that area where you start to see basically where the image had been changed.
At this time, I would seek to tender 1.111 as a demonstrative aid.
As a demonstrative.
All right, it's admitted.
I'm going to actually ask that this be published and they can look at it.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, you indicated that the driver's license for Georgia was July of 2022, correct?
That's correct.
After December 1st of 2022, can you tell the jury where was the first place the driver's license got changed?
There's a state of Delaware driving record.
Okay.
The issue date is 1/13 of 2023.
And that issue date for 1/13/2023, what name did Mr. Kassotis utilize?
Nicholas James Kassotis.
That was on January 13th of 2023.
That's correct. With a Wilmington, Delaware address.
Prior to that, had Mr. Kassotis already changed his name legally anywhere else?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to now show the witness 1.106. Do you recognize this certified document?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
What is that?
That is a document where he changed his name to Nicholas James, from Nicholas James Kassotis to Nicholas Stark.
And what day did he seek his name change?
This was filed on January the 4th of 2023 in the Circuit Court of St. Louis County.
At this time, I seek to tender 1.106, Your Honor.
Any objection? No objection.
It is admitted.
Thank you. So you said that this was
January 4th of 2023, is that right?
That's correct.
And on January 13th, he used the name Kassotis for Delaware?
That's correct.
Is that after he had already secured Missouri?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, Your Honor, I'd like to publish this. Did Mr. Kassotis have to provide any information on that application to change his name in Missouri?
Yes, ma'am.
We'll go ahead and give you the break. I understand a couple of the jurors could use it.
That's fine.
I think it's been 2.5 hours. So y'all can step out with the bailiff and we'll take a short recess. All right, jury's out. We'll take a 10-minute recess. Jury in, please. All right, everyone, please be seated. Counsel, you may continue.
Thank you. Agent Sands, when we left off, I believe we were talking about the Missouri name change. I'm going to direct your attention to the monitor. May I turn that on, please? Thank you. This is exhibit 1.106 in evidence. Is that a filed date on it?
Yes, ma'am. January the 4th, 2023.
And was that for a particular petitioner?
Nicholas James Kassotis.
And in there, does it indicate what his date of birth was? One moment. Over here. Can you see that? Oh, you cannot. My apologies.
6/3 of 1982.
Does it indicate a location of birth?
New Hampshire.
Now turning to the second page. Does it indicate who the petitioner is as the signature for this?
Nicholas Kassotis.
Okay. And is there a checkbox under 6?
Yes, ma'am.
Specifically the second checkbox? I'm going to ask if you can read that
Okay.
to the jury, that second checkbox.
It says no notice of change of name is to be published because this petitioner is the victim of a crime based upon domestic violence as defined in 455.010 RSMO, or the victim of child abuse as defined in 210.1110 RMSO, or the victim of abuse by a family or household member as defined in 455.010 RSMO.
At the back of this exhibit, is there an attached police report?
Yes, ma'am.
Where is that police report from?
The Savannah Police Department in Savannah, Georgia.
Who does it allege is the victim in that report?
The victim is identified as Nicholas Kassotis.
And who is the perpetrator alleged in that report?
Wayne Kassotis.
Would that be the basis for the domestic violence allegation for the sealing of those records?
Is added to this report.
And who would have submitted those documents in conjunction with that petition?
Nicholas Kassotis.
That police report, can you tell us when it's from, actually? Apologies. The date.
There's a range of dates from 9/3 of 2022 to 10/1 of 22, but the approval date is 10/4 of 22. The reported date is 10/3 of 22.
So reported date would be when the report was filed with Savannah?
That's correct. It even has a time of 16:53.
Okay, is there an incident date alleged?
Yes, ma'am. That's the range of dates I mentioned earlier.
Okay, thank you. On page 3, does it indicate one moment. Actually, it says 2 of 5 on the bottom of this exhibit. Does it say the name of mother at the top?
Yes, it says my parents' father or mother, full legal name is Linda Ann Cronin Kassotis.
And on the preceding page, does it say the father's name?
It says my parents' full legal name is Wayne Harry Kassotis.
Was that consistent or inconsistent with the names of his parents listed on the marriage license between him and Samantha Kolyesnik?
That was not consistent.
Thank you. And now, on question 14 and 15 on page 205, does it tell you where he claimed to reside when he filed that petition?
It says I reside in the state of Missouri, number 14, and number 15, I reside in the county of St. Louis.
Does it indicate a checkbox which he asserted under 17 he was the victim of?
So number 17 says check all the boxes that apply, and the box that checked is I'm a victim of a crime based upon domestic violence as defined in 455.010 RSMO.
Can you tell us what boxes 18 and 19 indicate?
Number 18 says there are no unsatisfied money judgments against me. It's check one of 2 boxes, and that box is checked. Number 19 says check one of the boxes, and the box that's checked is there are no cases requesting money pending against me.
And what date was this again?
This was filed on January the 4th of 2023.
Thank you. Is that signed by anyone under sign above?
There's a signature and there's a printed name that says Nicholas Kassotis.
Is that the printed name that you're reading?
The printed name's over on the right and it appears to be a signature.
I'm going to physically put that up on the screen. Is that the signature right there that you were referring to?
Yes, ma'am.
And that the print that you were referring to? Is
That's correct.
that notarized?
Yes, ma'am.
That would be sworn to, correct?
That's correct.
That had already been filed, correct, when the Delaware driver's license was sought?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, during the course of your investigation, did you make efforts to locate any medical records for Mindy Kassotis?
Yes, ma'am. We reached for Medicare or Medicaid, as he said during this interview.
Did you receive any results of records reflecting any services?
We did not.
Did you make efforts to review the path of travel of Mr. Kassotis's phone number, those records from the phone company, and his vehicle in the days of December 1st, 2022?
Yes, ma'am, with the assistance of other agents that were assisting.
Did you ever yourself drive those locations?
Some of the locations, yes.
Were you able to find a birthing center in the vicinity of the areas described by Mr. Kassotis?
I was not.
Did you ever have an address?
I did not.
Do you have a name of that location?
I did not.
Do you have any doctor's names?
I did not.
Do you have any medical records?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever make an effort to determine what happened to Mr. Kassotis's vehicle that he advised you had gone up in flames?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
And how did you do that?
Through the Pennsylvania State Police, as well as a search of the vehicle identification number.
Okay. And as a result, did you find a claim?
We did.
And what company was that with?
Cure Insurance.
When we say Cure, you mean C-U-R-E?
C-U-R-E.
Okay. Did they send you the records for that?
Yes, ma'am, they did.
And were those business records?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I'd seek to tender these exhibits as they were previously indicated as noticed business records for Cure.
No objection.
They are, my apologies, Your Honor. They are listed on USB 1.101 under the folder Cure. I'd now seek to publish those, Your Honor.
You may.
Is that the car?
Yes, ma'am.
Would it be fair to say that you received those pictures directly from Cure?
Yes, ma'am.
Did they send you a series of photographs?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm now going to shift through them. If you could just tell us if these are in fact the photographs that you received from Cure. Images 1.jpg,
Yes, ma'am.
2.jpg, 3.jpg,
Yes.
4.jpg,
Yes.
5.jpg,
Yes.
6.jpg,
Yes.
7.jpg,
Yes.
8.jpg,
Yes.
9.jpg,
Yes.
10.jpg,
Yes.
11.jpg,
Yes.
and is that the actual indicator that provided the screenshot?
Yes. Now, this was independent from the Cure records, this screenshot.
Okay. How did you secure that document?
We actually searched the VIN on Google and found it listed on auction.
Madam Clerk, can you turn that off, please? Thank you. When you reviewed those documents and photographs, do you recall when you received them?
I do not.
Okay. Did they ultimately come in during the course of the investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When Mr. Kassotis had his interviews with you, did you attempt to investigate the information he provided you during the course of those interviews?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
And did you run down those leads with respect to different agencies and locations to attempt to confirm that or verify that?
Yes, ma'am. We contacted the Pennsylvania State Police at that time.
And what, if anything, did you request of the Pennsylvania State Police to do?
To review the vehicle even further and to try to make a determination as to what happened with it.
Okay. Were you able to locate a knife inside of that vehicle?
We were not.
Now, the car itself that we talked about, the 2022 Ford Explorer purchased at J.C. Lewis, you saw those records, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there any payments for that vehicle from a Jim McIntyre?
No, ma'am.
Were there any payments by APIS Security?
No, ma'am.
And specifically, that was paid for by whom?
Mr. Kassotis.
Your Honor, I have entered some demonstrative exhibits referencing the flock camera photograph with the car that had been connected to December 1st of title, and the photographs of the rugs. I am going to seek to introduce the originals without any demonstrative aids for them to the jury, just so that we're clear. They are on 1.101 under photographs, under flock, and 1.101 under photographs, and it lists old rug and replacement rug.
No objection.
All right, they're admitted.
Thank you. My apologies, just one moment, Your Honor. Now, ultimately, did you learn of an individual by the name of Samantha Kolyesnik?
I did.
And did you receive the text message exchanges between Ms. Kolyesnik and Mr. Kassotis?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Were you aware of when those communications had initiated?
Back in October of 2022.
Was that before or after Mrs. Mebane Kassotis was deceased?
Before.
And where did you receive those text messages from?
From Ms. Kolsnick via email.
And ultimately, did you determine the information she provided here in this courtroom concerning their courtship,
Yes, ma'am.
their engagement,
Yes, ma'am.
and their marriage?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you secure the records concerning that from her?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you aware of that information?
Yes, ma'am.
Why was that important to your investigation?
As in,
The information that you had about from Mrs. at the time, Mrs. Kassotis, now Samantha Kolyesnik.
the name had changed actually at that time to Stark, and the other name changes in the continuation. The relationship began before and continued till they got married and other information.
My apologies. So she was never Kassotis. She was Mrs. Stark at the time.
That's correct.
Okay. And she's now not,
That's
correct?
correct.
Can you explain to the jury how you ultimately found Mr. Kassotis at the end of your investigation?
The assistance of the FBI and the U.S. Marshal Service, as well as records that you heard provided from the Airbnb by Special Agent Christian Johnson. Those worked kind of together in conjunction to end up leading to the arrest.
Now, ultimately, when he was arrested, you had the opportunity to speak to him, right?
The following day, yes.
Okay. And we watched that interview, correct?
That's correct.
When you had the opportunity to speak with him, he indicated to you that Mr. McIntyre had been the one providing him with funds. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that was his source of income, correct?
That's correct.
Did he at any time advise you in reference to Cameron Nelson
He did not.
or the $199,000 approximately that they provided to him?
He did not. Can I clarify? He did mention Cameron Nelson, but nothing about the financial assistance.
Okay. And with respect to that, did you make an effort to determine what funds he had access to?
We did.
And is that part of why you secured the Renaissance Bank records?
That's correct.
Okay. And when you secured those Renaissance Bank records, did you determine if there was a very large deposit of some sort?
Yes, ma'am.
What was that?
It's around 300,000 in June.
At this time, I'm going to seek to mark 1.118 and show it to the witness. I've shown it to counsel. May I approach?
Yes.
What are those, sir?
This is the business records. Through the pages. From Sony Pictures Entertainment Incorporated.
Are those the business records with regards to Sony, you said?
That's correct.
Your Honor, at this time, I would seek to tender those records as business records notice has been served on those for 1.118.
No objection, Your Honor.
They are admitted without objection.
Thank you. Can you tell the jury, what did you determine with respect to that $300,000 transaction?
It was in regard to a sale of a short story.
Who sold the short story?
Nicholas Starr, as Nick Morfox, which we determined to be Mr. Nicholas Kassotis.
Okay. And who did he sell the story to?
Sony,
And for how much?
300,000.
Was that his share of the proceeds of the transaction?
That's correct.
What I mean is there was an agent too, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So his portion that received, did you try to verify whether or not that money went into his actual account?
Yes,
And did it?
yes.
If I could have just one moment, Your Honor. Might actually be easier on the physical exhibit. May I? Just so I show counsel the same page. Do you see the notation of the deposit or the addition at the very bottom of this page?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
How much money was deposited?
On 6/22, there was a direct deposit for $300,000.
And whose account did that go into?
Nicholas Kassotis.
And the story that Mr. Kassotis sold, is that included in Exhibit 1.118?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Can you tell us, is that story there in its entirety?
Yes, ma'am, my understanding.
And that story that was sold to Sony, you heard reference to it from prior witnesses, correct?
That's correct.
Do you know what the plot of that story was?
The title is My Mother-in-Law Was Poisoning Me or Killing Me.
Okay. And did it concern the death or the alleged death of an individual?
It did.
And is that in there in its entirety?
That's correct.
And that check was received and deposited, you said what date
June the 22nd,
of what year?
2022.
Would it be fair to say that where that check came from?
Yes.
Where did that check come
It
from?
was a direct deposit from, and the title's internet, but ends up being the Sony based on the document, Sony Entertainment.
Okay. Is there any reference to Jim McIntyre anywhere in there?
There's not.
Did you ever make an effort to locate Jim McIntyre?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Can you tell the jury what you did?
I asked our intelligence analysts to search. There was a number of them around the country with the same name or people. There was football coaches, different people of different, right? But there was only one in this area, in the Savannah area.
And that person, did you speak to them?
I did. He was near the law firm where Miss McMahon works. So we went and talked to him at his office.
Can you tell us what did he look like? Age?
An older gentleman, in his 60s.
So he wasn't in his 40s.
No, he was not.
Do you know what he did for a living?
He worked for a company. He managed a company that sold dental implants around the world.
Did you verify if Mindy's implant might have been with him?
He actually searched the records while I was there.
And was it?
There was no record.
Could you identify any connection between that Jim McIntyre to this case?
I could not.
Now, you went through these bank records, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there any purchases that appeared to be consistent with a baby on the way?
No, ma'am.
No cribs?
No cribs.
No furniture?
No, ma'am.
Any children's clothing that stores bye-bye baby, anything like that?
No, ma'am.
In connection with this case, was a death certificate ever issued?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that issued at what point?
Here in Liberty County.
And when was that? Do you know?
As far as specific date, I don't, but it would have been after the autopsy, the identification. It takes a little bit of a process to go through.
If you were deceased in the state of Georgia at a medical facility, would a death certificate generate?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there any other death certificate on file for Mindy Kassotis?
Not only did we check for death certificates, we actually contacted the coroner's office in Chatham and surrounding counties in an attempt to determine was there one in process.
And was there?
No.
Did you ever try to track down the red-headed man in Riceboro?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do?
I actually rode in the area based on the description. I knew there were no homes in that road, but basically went in that area just to see if anybody matching that description or any residents in that description was in the area.
And did you find anybody?
No, ma'am. There are no houses on that road.
Okay. And did you check the roads that you saw compared to the mapping that Agent Bernie provided?
Yes, ma'am. All the hunting roads we rode for days. In addition to, we flew over them with the Georgia State Patrol helicopter.
Did you make any effort to determine if Mr. Kassotis had filed any lawsuits in conjunction with his wife's untimely death?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there any?
No, ma'am.
And Mr. Kassotis indicated that when his wife was mistakenly cremated, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he indicate if anybody that he notified about her death was invited to her spreading of ashes?
He did not.
Did he indicate whether he was there alone or with anyone else?
He implied he was alone at the time.
I just want to make sure there's a timeline. Could you find any evidence of a cashier's check for $800,000+?
No, ma'am.
And you went through the bank records of the time period in connection with that?
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
Now, you heard testimony from Ms. Nelson that she provided funds to Mr. Kassotis over approximately a 2-year period. Is that right?
That's correct.
And do you know when Mr. Kassotis stayed at Frank IV and Megan's property? Was that before or after the money from Cameron Nelson?
That would have been before.
Before she was providing resources?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you know how long he stayed with them?
No, ma'am, I don't.
Okay.
I don't recall.
And at some point subsequently, they came down to Savannah?
Yes, ma'am.
Would that be right around the time when the money came in from Sony?
Yes, that would have been in June.
Okay. And at that point, did you determine when specifically he, meaning Mr. Kassotis, and Heather Thomas had their divorce?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you get the records concerning their divorce?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
Were you aware of the outstanding monies that were due?
Yes, ma'am.
And would it be fair to say that you heard that testimony concerning approximately $1,590,000, 90 plus 10, I guess, so total $1.6 million?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there still a warrant out for his arrest concerning those records?
Yes, ma'am.
And specifically, counsel introduced these records through Ms. Thomas. Those would be states 2.45 A, B, C, D, and E. Is that right?
I'd have to see them.
It's okay.
Lots of numbers. Yes, ma'am, that would be correct.
And were you aware of that prior to Mr. Kassotis being apprehended or after?
I was aware before.
I can have just a moment. I have nothing further.
Mr. Weinstein?
Could I see that last set of exhibits?
It's fine.
Good afternoon, Agent Sands.
Good afternoon.
I know that we're at the end of a long day. So, let me ask you a question regarding name changes. Do you know how long it takes a name change to filter through the Social Security system?
I do not.
Let me ask you about the interview that you conducted with Mr. Kassotis. You conducted 2 interviews with him, correct?
That's correct.
And you were there for both of those interviews, except for maybe the last portion of the second interview, correct?
That's correct.
Where did the first interview take place?
The first interview was in Lancaster, Pennsylvania.
And do you know what conditions that Mr. Kassotis was kept in prior to being interviewed?
I do not.
Are you aware that there were mice in his cell?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Just going to sustain the objection and ask the jury to just completely disregard that question. Please move on.
Yes, Your Honor. You're not aware of the conditions. What about his transport before he came down here to the Liberty County Sheriff's Office? Can you tell us about his transport?
I was not present during the transport. I knew it was by airplane.
Do you know the logistics?
I do not.
Do you know when he was woken up to be transported down here?
I did not.
Do you know when he arrived?
That would be denoted at the interview time because he had just arrived when the interview was conducted.
So prior to the interview being conducted, he had just been flown down here from up there, correct?
That's correct. He was flown into Savannah and then actually driven to the Liberty County Sheriff's Office and was interviewed almost immediately.
He was not given an opportunity to rest or recover, correct?
He was not.
Let me ask you some more questions about those interviews. As a law enforcement officer, are you permitted by law to lie to suspects during the course of an interrogation?
Objection, Your Honor. This asks for the witness to make a legal conclusion.
Well, let me rephrase it then. In the course of your training, are you trained that at times you can lie to a suspect during an interrogation?
Yes,
And
that's correct.
that is
And they use the word lie, but yeah. But you can.
mislead?
That's correct.
Okay, let's say mislead then.
That's correct.
I'll stick to that language. And when I say you, I'm going to be referring to, in the course of the interrogation, to both you and Investigator Frost.
Okay.
You recall telling my client, telling Mr. Kassotis, that there'd been a logging truck in front of him going down that road, correct?
Yes, I do.
And there was going to be an identification based on that logging truck. That logging truck could identify him down that road. He had been spotted.
Yes, that's what appeared on the camera. Yes.
What about that he had left DNA at the scene where Mindy's body was located?
I don't recall that specific wording.
Okay. Tell me if this sounds correct or incorrect. And this is you specifically,
Okay.
Agent Sands. You said, quote, the 45 minutes that you spent there at one location with the tubs, and then Investigator Frost interjected, and the knife. And then you said your DNA. Do you recall that?
Oh, yes, sir. I did.
At another portion of the interview, tell me if you recall this. You said your elaborate story of on the run all this time and all the periods of stuff and the web of lies, why is it so different than what happened with her? And the records show, the evidence shows, the DNA shows. Why is all that? Is you're being set up? Is that what you're saying? And he responded, I don't know, sir. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
What's the value of misleading a suspect during an interrogation?
We can call that misleading because there was information in there, but just to see reactions a lot of times.
And that's often beneficial for you, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Does misleading in general oftentimes lead to a suspect eventually confessing
I wouldn't say that.
as part of the entire interrogation?
No, I would not say that.
Okay. Mr. Kassotis never confessed during the interrogations, correct?
No, sir.
Do you recall telling Mr. Kassotis that you had evidence of his car starting and stopping at the various scenes where Mrs. Kassotis's body was found?
Yes, I did.
And you also told him that you would get his Proton emails and you'd be able to remove encryption and find out what's on those emails, correct?
No, sir. I didn't say remove encryption.
Be able to investigate and see what are in those emails.
Yeah, we had those emails at that time.
And were you able to read those emails?
As far as read them, yes, sir.
Okay. Let me ask you some more about the testing that was performed on various pieces of evidence.
Okay.
Now, you are the agent that's in charge of this investigation, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So sometimes, might you ask for certain evidence to be tested? And other times, agents working under you would request evidence to be tested?
I would say in this case specifically, I'd rather talk about this specific case than
Yes.
other times.
Yeah, let's talk about this case.
In this specific case, I made certain requests. Our crime scene specialist made certain requests. My supervisor made requests, as well as the district attorney's office made requests. So there's times of different requests at different times. So I don't want to get into what we normally procedure or different things, but in this specific case, yes, I made requests.
Okay. Evidence of blood was found on the floor of the home that the couple resided in Savannah, correct? Where the Kassotis resided.
That's correct.
No test was ever ordered for the blood on that floor, correct?
When you say ordered.
Did you request any DNA analysis of the blood on that floor?
Specific to that floor, I did not.
Okay. Are you aware of anyone, and I'm going to call on your team because you're in charge. Are you aware of anyone on your team requesting DNA analysis of the blood on that floor?
That question was answered by the actual tester, but I would be willing to answer that as well. But yes, it was.
What about the DNA on the wall?
Yes, it was.
I'm sorry, the blood on the wall.
Yes.
And what was the result of what you found on the wall?
It was not tested. The bottom, you're talking about the floor or the wall?
Let's talk about the wall.
There was not enough for the wall.
What about on the floor?
There was testing as far as the crime scene specialist that collected it to show it was blood, but there was no testing following up on it.
Do you recall that you sat here, you heard all the testimony. And I know you know this case inside and out.
I remember. But
do you recall that there were the blood that was found on the futon? It contained DNA that was identified as Mindy Kassotis' DNA, correct?
That's correct.
And there was another individual's DNA, correct?
There was a portion of another DNA from is what I remember from the testimony, a mixture.
And you collected DNA from my client, correct?
I did.
Did you ever compare the DNA from my client to the other? Did you ever have compared the DNA from my client to the DNA that was on the futon?
I did not.
On Mindy's body, there was a hair found. Do you recall?
I do not.
Okay. What about the wipes at the scene? There was a lot of wipes at the scene, right?
Yes, I do recall the wipes.
Okay. Did you have any DNA testing performed on the wipes?
Once again, those were submitted by our crime scene specialist and processed through the lab, but I understand they were not tested.
And you never requested that they be tested, correct?
Yes, I requested they all be tested.
Oh, you requested they all be tested?
I requested everything tested, yes.
But those wipes were not tested?
Those wipes were not tested.
Okay. The cigarette pack.
Yes, sir.
That's found on that hunting road there. What testing did you perform on that cigarette or have performed on that cigarette pack?
Once again, I don't do the testing, nor did I collect that evidence. I recall that it was collected and preserved and was actually transported to the lab for testing, but there were no tests conducted.
You mentioned, I believe, in your direct today that fingernail clippings were taken from Mindy Kassotis, correct?
That's correct.
And why again do you collect those fingernail clippings?
If there was some physical scraping of DNA to be able to determine.
Do you know if there were any tests ever performed on those fingernail clippings for DNA?
That would be a question for the medical examiner. I don't recall right off the top of my head whether they did or not.
Have you seen any results of testing from her fingernail clippings?
I have not.
Do you think anyone knows this case better than you?
There's a lot of people. I know a lot about it, but I probably forgot more than some people know.
Okay. One of the, I call them tubs. One of the tubs found at the scene was a husky tub, correct?
That's correct.
Did you do any searching of stores in the Savannah area that sold that same husky tub?
I did not.
The other tub, I believe, is a Sterilite brand tub. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you do any searching for sales of Sterilite tubs in the Savannah area?
Are you asking specific me or the team?
Let's say the team.
Yes, they did.
Okay. One of the things that you heard in the interview with my client is that he had a mosquito issue in that home in Savannah, correct?
I did.
And that he had cut out some screen to try to stop the mosquitoes from coming into the house, correct?
He told me that, yes.
Yeah. And were you there when that house in Savannah was searched?
I wasn't there initially. I arrived later. I was doing some interviews and actually came over and assisted in the blacking out of the house. So I was there, yes, sir.
Remind me again when that house was searched.
It would have been in May, early May of 2023.
Before or after the interview with Mr. Kassotis?
That would have been before.
And when Mr. Kassotis had told you during the interview that he had cut some screen because of mosquito issues, did you go back to the house again to see if that screen was present?
I did not.
Did you find any evidence that there was life insurance on Mindy Kassotis?
I did not.
Let's talk about the pumping station and the camera at the pumping station.
Okay.
Were you the one that went to look at the DVR at the pumping station?
Yes, sir. I actually was there. It was retrieved off the wall and handed to me.
Okay. The DVR is the digital video recorder, correct?
That's correct.
It stores the images that are captured by the camera at the pumping station, correct?
That's correct.
The camera at the pumping station captures images based on motion, right?
There are multiple cameras there, and I know that some were motion activated and some were fixed.
The camera from which we saw video and still photos today, was that a motion activated camera?
Yes, sir, it was.
And you showed today clips of a Ford Explorer similar to my client's Ford Explorer captured by that camera, correct?
That's correct.
That camera captured other images as well during that, let's say that 27th through 29th period, correct?
Yes, sir, it did.
Do you know how many other images were captured of vehicles?
I do not.
Did you look at all those images that were captured of vehicles?
I would not say all. I looked at a lot of those images. Yes, sir. For hours.
For hours?
Yes.
I mean, you can't give me more than 100 since it took you hours?
As far as vehicles and defining vehicles, there was a lot of motion activation that was just either trees moving, times of rain, wildlife, different things, and in addition, vehicles like log trucks and other things that came through. But as far as the number of vehicles, I can't sit here and tell you a number of vehicles.
But there were a number of vehicles that passed and activated that motion camera, correct?
Oh, yes, it's the active road. Yes, sir.
And not all of them were logging vehicles, correct?
That's correct.
And what did you do about the images of those other vehicles? Did you take any action to try to find owners of those vehicles, to try to track those vehicles down on other cameras?
No, sir, I did not.
Back to the interrogation briefly. My client, Mr. Kassotis, told you about the financial issues, vandalism, issues with their accounts back when they lived in Virginia in 2018, correct?
That's correct.
And he told you that he made an FBI report on that, correct?
He did.
Did you ever find an FBI report on that?
No, we reached out and with the analyst, with our analyst, as well as the FBI analyst, and no report was located.
So if somebody would have told my client that he was with the FBI and he took a report, that couldn't be accurate, correct? The FBI has no record of anything.
There's no record of a report.
Okay. You said that you checked the Medicaid rolls for Mindy Kassotis.
That's correct.
Which Medicaid rolls did you check? What states?
Georgia.
Did you check Virginia?
We did not.
South Carolina?
We did not.
During the interview, Mr. Kassotis told you that he had, I think, gone to Target and picked up a security camera to put into his home in Savannah, right?
Yes, sir, he did.
And he did that after he told you that Wayne, his father Wayne, had come to the house.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Did you do any investigation to try to secure that camera?
As far as me or the team specifically?
The team specifically?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the result of that?
We looked for the camera in the area of there, and the records were attempted to be located.
You looked for the camera, when you say in the area?
In
like
the house, in the residence,
in the
it's still
Airbnb.
there. It was searched for in Pennsylvania, and it was searched, the records were searched for at Target.
When you say the records, let's try to break it up because I just want to be clear.
Okay.
You searched for a physical security camera at the Airbnb in Savannah,
Yes.
correct?
That's correct.
And you did not find one.
That's correct.
When was the search conducted?
And that search was conducted prior to his arrest,
Approximately when?
which the date would have been.
Give me the month and the year, please.
The month, that would have been May of 2023.
And when did Mr. Kassotis vacate the Airbnb?
December of 22.
Okay, so 6 months later, the camera wasn't there, correct?
That's correct.
Jim McIntyre, you say that your team conducted a search for Jim McIntyre.
Yes, that's correct.
And you found a number of Jim McIntyres across the country.
That's correct.
The one you chose to interview, if I heard you correctly, you interviewed a Savannah Jim McIntyre.
Yes, may I explain why?
Go ahead.
Because he appeared in the area at St. Joseph's Hospital when the defendant walked out. So he would have had to have been close by in the area. So that's why we picked him.
He appeared in, explain that again. I'm sorry, I'm trying to understand you.
According to Mr. Kassotis during the interview, is that Jim just appeared as he ran out of the house and he went to the parking lot at St. Joseph's Hospital where security was. Well, in order for him to appear there to out of nowhere just to help, he would had to have been in the Savannah area.
Oh, so can you only be in the Savannah area if you reside in Savannah?
Well, and he told me the low country area as well.
But again, can you only, I mean, I'm in Savannah right now, but I'm not a resident of Savannah.
He was at that time, yes.
I'm sorry?
He was saying he was there at that time.
He was there at that time.
That's correct.
But does that mean he's a resident of Savannah?
No.
Okay. He could have been at a hotel?
That's correct.
Motel?
Yeah.
Airbnb?
Yeah.
Okay. And you said that you also, I think you also said, and correct me if I heard this wrong, you visited that Jim McIntyre because he happened to be located near the law firm where Betsy Mebane worked, correct?
That's correct. It's downtown Savannah.
Okay. But the less convenient Jim McIntyres scattered about the country, you didn't try to visit any of those, correct?
That's correct.
And I'm sorry that this is kind of random, but baby clothing purchases that you testified to, you checked his bank statements, credit cards for baby clothing purchases, right?
That's correct.
And you didn't see any there?
No,
Did you check his Amazon account?
we did not.
Did you attempt to do that, subpoena Amazon?
I did not, but that would be a question for Investigator Frost. I don't recall anybody doing that.
You mentioned that when you went looking for houses that matched the description, I guess, that Mr. Kassotis gave you for where he went when he was dropping off the their goods out in the country, that you went up and down the hunting roads and there were no houses that matched that description, right?
That's correct.
But there are not very many houses on hunting roads in particular, right?
And specifically that the Barrington Ferry and Jones Road, there are no houses.
But the graphic, the presentation that we heard from Agent Bernie from the FBI, it showed a really broad swath of coverage for each of those towers, right?
That's correct.
So did you cover all of those areas or just that area specifically near where the Mindy's body was found?
In the coverage area, or the imprint, basically where the coloration where Agent Bernie testified, I don't usually like to refer to what someone else testified to, but
Well, you were here.
That graph, I would say we did by helicopter, pretty much the area of that graph, we covered looking for residences and places and areas and other things. That area specifically, I remember the yellow one, if you want to refer back to the slide, the yellow one, we covered that area of the cell phone coverage.
That yellow one was a tighter area, if I recall.
Yes, sir.
More than
It's
the
the
others.
smaller of the areas, yes.
What about the broader areas covered by the other cell towers?
No, we did not cover that whole area, no, sir.
Yeah, I realize it would be a massive undertaking, but I'm
Yes.
just curious if you had done that.
No, sir.
I believe you said that, was it the Pennsylvania State Troopers that looked in the Ford Explorer for you?
That's correct.
And they did not find the Milwaukee knife?
That's correct.
Did they find the deer cleaning kit that was purchased from Bass Pro Shop?
They did not.
Do you know what they found in there in general?
No, well, they sent photographs, but you have those photographs as well. So.
I do. You don't know where Mindy Kassotis was killed.
I do not.
You don't know where Mindy Kassotis was dismembered.
I do not.
You don't have a murder weapon.
I do not.
Okay. I have no more questions. Thank you.
Thank
Oh,
you.
yeah, I'm sorry. Let me just speak to my client. One last question, or set of questions.
Okay.
Frank Mebane IV.
Yes, sir.
Your team spoke to him twice, correct?
That's correct.
When did you initially speak to him?
As far as the team or me?
The team.
Okay.
Thank you. No, thank you for clarifying. I don't want to be vague.
I know early on in the investigation, Detective Frost spoke with him. And then it followed up with other interviews, agents from my office. And then I actually had talked to him as well.
When did you speak to him?
It was after the preliminary hearing, much later.
When Detective Frost spoke to Frank, I'll just call him Frank the Fourth, spoke to Frank the Fourth in December. Do you recall? Well, what did you learn about that discussion that you had with Frank the Fourth?
Objection, Your Honor. He's asking him to testify about another witness's conversation with a third party.
Yeah, I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Do you know Frank the Fourth's background?
I do.
What's his background?
He's a police officer.
How long has he been a police officer?
I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay. But he remains a police officer to this day, correct?
As
far as you know.
As far as I know, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else, counsel?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Any redirect?
Just briefly. You heard Mr. Weinstein ask you if you had checked for records in Georgia, South Carolina, and Virginia pertaining to the Medicare records or Medicare or Medicaid. My apologies. Did you do that? You
Yes.
said Georgia, correct?
Yes, Georgia.
Why did you only look in Georgia?
My understanding is they were linked, so it would have picked up other states.
Were you looking for a specific time period as well?
Yes, during the interview, he specifically said, in December, during the pregnancy, that the doctor had visited a home and that they were indigent and needed to use Medicare or Medicaid and had no funds to pay. So that would have been the time frame we were looking at.
Did you also check with any of the pharmacies?
Yes, we did.
Who did you check with?
There's a CVS pharmacy that Detective Frost got records for.
Okay, why did you check with CVS?
because we had those bank records indicating the pharmacy.
Okay, and specifically, were there any records concerning her having medical health conditions?
There was a prescription that they were, as mentioned of, that was a telehealth visit.
Okay.
Uh,
Any doctors concerning pregnancy?
and no,
Any medical medications for pregnancy?
no,
Prenatal vitamins?
no,
Anything that you found for doctors other than that one thing you're referring to?
no.
And do you know if there was ever a camera inside of 311 East 65th Street when Nicholas Kassotis resided there?
I do not.
You heard and were present for his interview, correct?
That's correct.
And during the course of that interview, I believe he indicated that it didn't record, correct?
That's correct.
So what did you expect to find on the camera other than potentially finding it present?
Nothing.
But it wasn't there when you looked anyway.
It wasn't there.
You indicated you didn't find a deer processing kit, correct?
That's correct.
Do you recall when he purchased that in relation to when her body was discovered?
He purchased the kit on the 28th of November.
And when was her first portion of her remains recovered?
It would have been Friday, December 2nd
And
of 2022.
thank you. And when was the Home Depot knife purchased?
On November the 29th of 2022.
And the mapping of his motor vehicle's VIN number and the phone device, when did that occur going down into Riceboro? What date?
It showed November the 29th of 2022.
Did you recover any power tools at the scene?
We did not.
Did you look?
Yes.
And what about at the residence? Did you look for any blood on any of the tools that you observed there at 311 East 65th Street?
Agent Dickerson did.
Did you find any?
We did not.
Your Honor, I just would like to mention there was one exhibit as well. I don't know that I tendered this, but I wanted to make sure I was showing the council 1.112 with respect to the Delaware license. I don't know that I tendered it. I wanted to make sure that I did.
And there's no objection.
No objection.
It's admitted.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Power tools. You said you found no power tools at the 311 East 65th Street address.
No, sir, I didn't. So I said it. She said at the scene, and I said
Oh,
not
at the
at the
scene.
scene.
No power tools at the scene.
That's correct.
The power tools at the address, they didn't have any blood on them, correct?
That's correct.
When y'all learned from the GBI's labs, that there were false starts that may have been done by power tools, did you go out and search for any power tool purchases connected to Mr. Kassotis?
And that's another question for Detective Frost.
Are you aware of any power tools purchased by Mr. Kassotis?
No.
Thank you.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Agent Sands. You can step down. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that will complete today's testimony. Again, I caution you and ask you to abide by the court's previous instructions regarding news accounts of this trial. I'll excuse you at this time and ask you to be back tomorrow morning at 8:45. We'll get back on the other schedule. So thank you very much. Have a good evening. All right, we are adjourned until tomorrow morning. If I could see counsel at the bench before we leave.